Indictment Watch, Part 4. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis appears to be just minutes away from bringing an indictment against Donald Trump for his crimes relating to the 2020 election. We expect the grand jury in Fulton County, Georgia, will be taking that vote as we speak any minute now. We could be getting word that Donald Trump has been indicted in Fulton County. We will bring that to you, of course, live right here on the podcast as we spend this time together. As soon as we know, you will know. Donald Trump, meanwhile, has escalated his conduct of witness intimidation and threats against judges and prosecutors, witnesses. On Friday, a hearing was held in federal court in Washington, D.C., before Judge Tanya Chutkin, who presides over the case filed against Donald Trump by special counsel Jack Smith for crimes relating to the 2020 election. And Judge Chutkin specifically warned Donald Trump's lawyers that his threats and witness intimidation would be viewed as violations of the terms of his release. However, over the weekend and throughout today, Donald Trump has seemed to only intensify his threats against Judge Chutkin, against witnesses, against prosecutors. And Trump has been threatening Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis with racist and misogynistic defamatory statements earlier on Monday, also before Georgia's former Republican Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan was set to testify before the grand jury. By the way, he's completed that testimony right now. Trump spread vicious lies about Duncan and stated that Duncan, quote, shouldn't testify. That is a clear violation of Georgia's witness tampering criminal statute. Folks, this is full-fledged authoritarianism by Donald Trump and embraced by the MAGA Republican Party. Also, moments before we went live, special counsel Jack Smith filed a scathing reply brief in the criminal case against Trump for willful retention of national defense information in a district of Florida. Smith is calling out Trump's absurd request that taxpayers, that you and I, that we should have to pay for a sensitive compartmented information facility or SCIF at Mar-a-Lago so Trump can review discovery in the criminal case against him at the scene of the crime, which also is a country club resort with a history of spies against America getting into it. We will see what Judge Eileen Cannon will do, but I am sure that given that it's Judge Eileen Cannon, she will make the wrong decision. She will get appealed by special counsel Jack Smith to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeal, and that may lead to her eventually getting removed from the case. Fortunately, Democrats are going on the offense, with Democrat Jamie Raskin announcing this weekend that Democrats will be publishing their own report showing real corruption, all of the conflicts of interest and money paid to Donald Trump, his family, Jared Kushner, Ivanka, the whole Trump clan, taking advantage of their government positions to enrich themselves to the tune of billions of dollars that are documented with a little something called evidence. Meanwhile, President Biden is taking real action and putting all government resources behind a massive effort to help Maui, which has been devastated by the wildfires. I know the media wants, I get President Biden to do some performative PR stunts, but I don't know about you. I care much more about real action and doing things than watching a leader throw paper towels at people. Folks, this is the MeidasTouch Podcast. I believe this will be a historic edition of this podcast as we gear up for what could be any moment now, literally within minutes, Fani Willis has kept that grand jury there over time. We could be hearing about an indictment any minute now. Brett and Jordy, honor to be here with you on this historic day, and an honor to be with all the Meidas Mighty.
It's great to be here with you too, Ben and Jordy, and what a day it is. Feels like every week now is indictment week. I think we appropriately dubbed this summer indictment season. I think we were prescient when we created that name for the months that are now unfolding, for the events that are now unfolding. The latest update that we have from Katie Fang, friend of the show and MSNBC reporter, is that the grand jury in Georgia is now voting as we speak on the indictments. This means that the indictments could be handed down during this very show. All the witnesses have cycled through today. They actually expedited the process today of those witnesses, with many of them were originally set to go in tomorrow. And it seems like that timeline ended up moving a lot quicker than anticipated. We'll get into some of the reasons maybe why. A lot to discuss. Jordy, how's it going on this historic night for you?
Very excited for tonight. I just think it's kind of funny. We spoke about this last week. I think there's a lot of big announcements that tend to happen and coincide with the MeidasTouch podcast when we go live. No conspiracy theories here. I'm just saying it's an awful big coincidence. And Brett, I'm just glad you didn't go get a haircut or something, because we certainly need you here tonight.
It was the joke of the day, though. Like every time we tried to do something outside of work, whether it was, okay, I'm going to try to get a 30-minute workout in, I'm going to try to do this errand. We're like, that's exactly the time when the indictment is going to happen. But we are here.
I got coffee today. On that note, I got coffee today, and I brought my laptop with me just in case, there was something to be done.
Always be prepared. And when we do find out that news, we will bring in some of the best legal experts in the game to discuss the updates. And of course, we got Ben to Maestro here. And Ben, what's the latest? How we
Clean
doing?
shaven, Ben.
Looking good.
Well, I got to be clean shaven for indictment summer. Everybody also remember to check out MeidasTouch.com as well. When we have breaking news here, MeidasTouch.com is the perfect complement to everything we do on the podcast, everything we do on YouTube. When we get those source documents, we will post them as soon as we can to MeidasTouch.com so you can follow along with everything that we are discussing. So just moments ago, one of the witnesses who I talked about in the introduction, who was threatened by Donald Trump earlier in the day, the former Republican Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, testified, and he just moments ago left. I think we have the footage of him walking out of the courthouse. Let's give that a play right now.
Did they talk about Donald Trump specifically?
I'm not going to speak to the specifics of my testimony to the grand jury, as you can obviously understand.
What was it like testifying inside?
Did you testify in the special counsel's probe as well?
So, Governor, what were the questions you got? Can you describe it?
I'm not going to speak to the specifics of the questions. Can you speak to whether you testified in that special counsel's probe in the DC as well?
Can you talk about why you felt it was important for you to be here today?
I think it's important to tell the truth and to respond to constitutional duties and answer the questions of the grand jury. And I think it's important for us as a country to finally figure out exactly what happened. And let Americans decide. Let misinformation, tweets, let America decide what's next for us. As a Republican, this is a pivot point for us. This is a pivot point that we're either going to wake up to or we're not. And the pivot point is we need to get this party back to the right direction. Certainly do.
How long were you in there to testify? Was it clear how many other witnesses there were left to go?
Does it appear clear charges are imminent?
You heard it being said, this is a pivot point in our nation's history. This is a pivot point where we're either going to embrace democracy or fascism, and the threats of MAGA Republicans will forever change the direction, will forever change what our country stands for, what our Constitution is all about. Just so you know, so Jeff Duncan's position as the lieutenant governor, he served basically as the president of the Senate in Georgia. So he was there and he oversaw a lot of the proceedings the same way, for example, former Vice President Pence would serve basically as supervising the proceedings in the Senate at the federal level. So Jeff Duncan was aware of the procedures that were taking place in Georgia. He was aware of the false accusations and all of the lies being spread by the MAGA Republicans, specifically where Rudy Giuliani held these fake hearings, these meetings on December 3rd to spread these lies, where Giuliani basically played altered video footage, which falsely tried to show ballots being manipulated. Jeff Duncan is able to testify about all of the defamatory statements that were made about Georgia election workers. Jeff Duncan is able to testify about the integrity of the process that took place in Georgia. So you take his testimony, you take the testimony of Gabrielle Sterling, who, by the way, was on the MeidasTouch podcast shortly after the 2020 election. We had a very spirited debate, Mr. Sterling and I did, in the very early days of the podcast. He testified today as well. George Cheedy, a reporter from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, was about to go in as well. State Senator Jen Jordan, who attended hearings where Giuliani urged officials not to certify the results, she was going to testify. Representative B. Nguyen, a Democrat who conducted a live fact check.
We had Jordan on the podcast too a while ago. I'm not sure you remember that. We've had multiple grand jury witnesses in this case on the MeidasTouch podcast. That's pretty wild when you think about it.
You're right. I do remember that now that you mentioned that. But those were the witnesses. You're right. Those are the witnesses who went in. And we believe the witnesses completed their testimony. I want to show you this other clip of Jeff Duncan. And by the way, even though he's a Republican, he's calling out the truth here. He is calling out what is going on. I mean, just say this in terms of what's going on. We're hearing that there's a lot of chatter, a lot of noise going on in the courthouse right now. So that could be a sign of something to come. We're going to follow up and see if there's any developments or updates here. Let's play this other clip of Jeff Duncan talking about the importance of actual election integrity, not this MAGA Republican attempt to try to overthrow our democracy. Play this clip.
You said this was a pivot point for the country as you came out of the room. What do you hope your testimony accomplished?
Well, I hope my testimony gets the facts, as they are, and helps to continue to paint a real and honest picture. But politically speaking, this is a pivot point for this country to do something more than just stew on the 2020 election cycle, right? We're either going to, as Republicans, take our medicine and realize the election wasn't rigged. Donald Trump was the worst candidate ever in the history of the party, even worse than Herschel Walker. And now we're going to have to pivot from there, right? We want to win an election in 2024. It's going to have to be somebody other than Donald Trump if we do it. So politically speaking, this is an important pivot point for our party, right? So go focus on the things that matter. To take this conversation to America, not to Twitter, not to 10-second sound bites, not to YouTube clips. This is taking this to the kitchen table. I think most Americans care about the economy. I think most Americans care about a porous border. I think most Americans care about national security and public safety. These are issues that we win as Republicans. As long as we make this about the three-ring circus called Donald Trump, we're going to lose every time. And you don't have to go any further than Georgia to see that play out.
So the loud noise in the courtroom as the grand jury is actually now voting was actually the sound of thunder. The commotion was there was an actual thunderclap while the grand jury is voting. That was the noise.
If that's not a sign, folks.
What was what's that QAnon old spirit saying? It was
the storm is coming.
The storm
is coming, Donald.
The storm is coming, Donald. There we go.
That's a good one. We have another clip of Jeff Duncan as well from earlier on CNN. I want to show you these clips too, because again, while he is a Republican, he is talking about principles that should transcend political party. Yet the MAGA Republicans have completely taken over the Republican Party, and they stand for lies and conspiracy theories. So to hear a Republican, former lieutenant governor, as one of the star witnesses in this case that's going to be brought by Fani Willis, Fulton County District Attorney, that's powerful. And I want to keep showing you these clips because this is the type of testimony that the grand jury heard and that the ultimate jury is going to hear. Play this clip.
To that social media post by Donald Trump, he's insulting you and calling you out. Do you believe he's trying to intimidate you as a witness?
Well, this close into my testimony, which is going to be tomorrow, I'm going to refrain from any comment, with the exception of saying, which was just pointed out, he did misspell my name.
And how about what you are anticipating you'll be asked about tomorrow? If you won't comment on what Trump said, can you at least give us an idea of what you're anticipating?
Well, I'm just going to answer the questions as presented to me, much like I did in the special grand jury. Whatever the questions are, to the best of my ability, I'm going to answer the questions. And, this is an important part of the healing process for the Republican Party. This is painful. This may feel ugly to some, but this is part of this process, right? We've got to put these facts and figures and details and reality on display for America, specifically for Republicans to see what reality really is. And, the social media game that Donald Trump has played over the years, it's shallow, right? You don't have to be any more than a few hundred characters worth of information with no facts behind it, with no details to stir the crowd. And that's certainly been his game for a number of years, and it looks like it's continuing.
So when Jeff Duncan gave that interview earlier in the day, he was expecting to testify on Tuesday. His testimony ended up being expedited, so he ended up testifying on Monday. The threats that were being referenced there, which I believe forms an independent basis of another criminal charge for witness tampering against Donald Trump, arrived this morning, where Donald Trump made this post. Let me read it to you folks right now. Here's what Donald Trump posted on his social media platform. Trump wrote, "I am reading reports that failed former Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Jeff Duncan," which spells Jeff not the way Jeff Duncan spells it, "will be testifying before the Fulton County grand jury. He shouldn't. I barely know him, but he was, right from the beginning of this witch hunt, a nasty disaster for those looking into election fraud that took place in Georgia. He refused having a special session to find out what went on, became very unpopular with Republicans. I refused to endorse him and fought the truth all the way. A loser. He went to FNCNN exclamation point." And as I've always said here before, if you have a family member, friend, coworker, anybody you know who posts things like this, I would not blame you for seeking a 5150 involuntary psychiatric hold on them. But this is also an independent crime as well under the Georgia Criminal Code, section 16-10-93. It is illegal for any individual to, quote, knowingly to use intimidation with the intent to influence, delay, or prevent the testimony of any person in an official proceeding, or to cause or induce any person to withhold testimony. So saying that somebody shouldn't testify before a grand jury would seem to be literally the textbook. That's the textbook definition of what the crime is there. I'll talk about in a little bit some of the other threats that Donald Trump is making, but I want to say this as well, and then turn it over to you, Brett. There are some people who say, if you're posting what Trump is saying, you're just amplifying what he's doing. You're giving it a platform. I could not disagree with that more. What it needs is the proper context. People need to see the fascist threat. The problem was when the fascist threat was not taken seriously, and then the media would engage in the propaganda and say, oh, look at his airplane. Here it comes. The airplane is landing. Look at that pretty plane. Or when they say, oh, that was a powerful speech. Oh, look at his hair. He's so silly. Ha 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 ha. This is just no. What you have to do is you have to let the American people know, because hardworking Americans may not know about this. Why? Because they're hardworking. They're not the people who are going to these rallies. Why? Because they're working hard. They're supporting their families. And so when the media tries to act like this is normal behavior, and they get to see 10, 15 minutes of the news after working hard to support their family, a lot of Americans don't know what's going on. So no, it is critical that we show these threats and to ask the question to all Americans, seriously, This is somebody who you want to have the nuclear weapons again. This is someone who you want to make life and death decisions over you and your family. Seriously? Brett and Jordy, these threats, though, are the height of authoritarianism. And where we've moved to right now, as we talk more about some of these threats that are being made, we've really reached a new point in an historical time period, right? Where I think it was like, you could say, oh, were the MAGA Republicans fascist adjacent, use terms like that. I would always say they're full-fledged fascist. But I think without a doubt right now, this is just a full-fledged fascist movement.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we've seen sort of this bizarre evolution of Donald Trump over this weekend to sort of begin to see how he's going to handle court orders, how he's going to handle the terms of his release. Once a judge says, you know what, Donald Trump, you are not allowed to threaten witnesses. You are bound by this protective order. What is his next move? And after that protective order was issued on Friday in the January 6th case from Judge Chutkan, there was noticeably a calm before the storm. Like Donald Trump there, he like stayed away from his social media network for just a little bit. And you could tell he was just stewing with anger, was so upset that he got warned, that his lawyers were warned. If he speaks out, if he lashes out, we will go to court even sooner, because we cannot risk spoiling a potential jury pool. And so what does Trump do? Trump kind of chills out for 12 hours, something maybe. And then he goes in with his first message. And his first message is he references Jack Smith, but he references Jack Smith. He somehow ties Jack Smith to Hunter Biden in some weird post about Hunter Biden and works in a deranged Jack Smith. So you could tell he's pent up with this anger. And
I think he was saying that he thinks that the Republicans should bring on a deranged prosecutor like he said that Jack Smith's deranged.
That was a compliment.
And that a Jack Smith type prosecutor, not David Weiss, the prosecutor who Trump appointed, the Republican Trump appointed prosecutor, Trump would prefer Jack Smith. So I think that was his first post.
Yeah. And so he starts there, which I think is Trump's weird way of complimenting somebody and saying he's a good prosecutor. I guess I don't know. The next thing he does is he posts a photo of Judge Chutkan. And this is a tweet that he had screenshotted, and he had posted this on his social media app, whatever you want to call it. And this photo of Judge Chutkan was a photo from somebody named Mike Davis, some right-wing Trumper MAGA extremist, who said, Judge Tanya Chutkan, an Obama left-wing activist judge in D.C., whose husband also got appointed by Obama as a D.C. judge, openly admitted she's running interference against Trump. So that's Trump kind of tossing this trial balloon out. Once again, completely false. She did not say that. In fact, she said the opposite of that she was not going to allow this case to become politicized whatsoever. So there, he's spreading his lies, and he's still trying to hide behind the fact of, it wasn't me who said it. Look, look, this person's saying it. Look, I'm not saying it, right?
It's like a toddler testing his limits after a parent tells him he can't. He's like, can I just get a little further? Can I do a little more?
And then finally he's like, I can't take it anymore. Okay, I'm going to just do it myself. And he goes on this rampage of posts, just railing against Judge Chutkan, going against the special counsel. That's when he also started speaking so much about the Georgia case. He thought, maybe if I shift my focus to the Georgia case and I start attacking the witnesses and committing crimes in Georgia, maybe that'll help. I could get my anger out that way. The guy really is like, he's a deranged maniac who is just not able to control himself whatsoever. And I would argue, by the way, Ben, you tell me, this seems like he committed a crime here by threatening Duncan in his witness testimony. And one of the terms of his release in the DC case was that he could not commit any crimes while he was out. So he really seems to be testing the limits as we go. And we could go through, a bunch
It's a great
of
point, because if you raise a phenomenal legal point there, Brett, that I think isn't necessarily being discussed, right? If Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis charges Donald Trump with witness tampering, a new crime since the terms of release, in the new case that special counsel Jack Smith filed against Donald Trump in Washington, D.C., that would be a new crime. Even if it's a predicate act for the RICO or racketeering charges that we believe Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis is going to bring, that still is now a prosecutor making a finding and a grand jury adopting that finding and voting on it, that there was a independent criminal act taking place, which would be a direct violation of the terms and conditions of his release. And I thought that what Judge Chutkan said at this hearing last Friday was so powerful, but ultimately the question becomes, what is she going to do now that he's out there violating it? So let me just read for you what she said. Let me tell you what I think she's going to do. And then I want to just show you some of these other threats that Donald Trump has been making against Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. So here's what Judge Chutkan said. So she admonished Trump's lawyers during this protective order hearing on Friday and said, John Lauro, Mr. Lauro, who's Trump's lawyers, Lauro, you are conflating what your client needs to do to defend himself and what your client wants to do politically. Your client's defense, Mr. Lauro, is supposed to happen in this courtroom, not on the internet. What defendant Mr. Trump is currently doing, the fact that he's running a political campaign, has to yield to the orderly administration of justice. If that means he can't say exactly what he wants to say about witnesses in this case, that is how it has to be. That is how it is going to be. Mr. Trump, defendant Trump, like every American, has a First Amendment right to free speech. But that right, Mr. Lauro, is not absolute. Defendant's free speech is subject to the release conditions imposed at arraignment, and it must yield to the orderly administration of justice. Finally, Judge Chutkan stated, I intend to ensure the orderly administration of justice in this case, as I would with any other case. Even arguably ambiguous statements from parties or their counsel that can threaten the process, I will take issue with. In addition, the more a party makes inflammatory statements about this case, which could taint the jury pool, the greater the urgency will be that we proceed to trial, and quickly. I will take whatever measures are necessary to safeguard the integrity of these proceedings. Now, it should be noted that special counsel Jack Smith requested a trial date in the Washington, D.C. federal criminal case of January 2nd, 2024. There is a trial setting conference now set for August 28th, this August. What I expect will happen, special counsel Jack Smith is going to file a letter brief or a motion to Judge Chutkan right before that hearing and list all of the threats and say, Judge Chutkan, you warn them. Look at what Donald Trump is doing. This is why we need a trial date, January 2nd, 2024. And I think Judge Chutkan is going to grant that trial date. I do. That or shortly after, February or March. But those were the words that she said. And then you see Donald Trump testing her. Donald Trump attacking her, Donald Trump lying about her. Donald Trump had his proxies like Mark Levin. That's how Mark Levin talks.
Again,
Mark
fabulous
Levin
Mark
last
Levin.
night on his show, Life, Liberty, and Levin. It's all Orwellian named, right? It was like,
Life,
these
Liberty,
judges, like Judge Chutkan, they're like Putin. They're treating Donald Trump worse than Navalny. Trump is being treated worse than Navalny. You know, it's all projection and confession because the world that these MAGA Republicans want to create is so Putin-esque. And here where you have a law and order judge like Judge Chutkin and Judge Beryl Howell, that's when the MAGA Republicans say, that's like Putin, you know, and they say it like that. You know, thankfully, they say it in that way because, like, it's almost like when you hear a bee, when you hear bzzz, and right before it stings you, thankfully, Mother Nature gave you the buzz sound so you can get your guard up. When Mark Levin talks like that, you know, you should go, okay, he's about to say some crazy and scary stuff.
I never knew that. I never knew that was the. I never knew that's why bees buzz like that. Exactly. Let me just get this point out real quick. So this is Trump's go-to move at this point. And look, we've seen this play out time and time again. He is scared. He's terrified. He's literally backed himself into a corner. And so he's got one move at this point. Keep criming. Let's muddy the waters. Let's commit more crimes on top of more crimes on top of more crimes. And so by the end of it, it looks like everyone's coming after him, right? There's this whole conspiracy. They're all coming after me. But buddy, you're the one committing the crimes right in front of everybody's faces. And so you're damn right that we're going to come after you because the fullest extent of the law, you're not going to get away with it, Donald. You're not.
One of my favorite things. Sorry, go.
You reminded me, Jordy, that on the last episode, good reminder, I promised that we would have the dark Brandon emoji released if we got 400 new memberships on our YouTube page. We secured 50 in that last episode, so we need 350
carries over.
350 new memberships gets the unlock.
Let's do it.
The dark Brandon emoji for all of our YouTube.
And you could gift memberships to people if you already have a membership. So let's get it done.
We don't for those just joining the MeidasTouch Network. We don't have outside investors here on the MeidasTouch Network, which is not the greatest business decision, I must admit. So the way we build this network, how we've built out MeidasTouch.com and brought on some of the best writers and editors there are through emoji, and through our Patreon. But you know what? We'll do what we can do. And I love the community aspect.
Stay independent, baby.
And make sure everybody checks out MeidasTouch.com. We have a lot to discuss on this episode. And again, we are just moments away, I think, from hearing that the grand jury in Fulton County, Georgia, will have voted to indict Donald Trump for crimes relating to the 2020 election in Georgia. As soon as we get that news, we will bring in our top legal panelists, the people who you know and love from Legal AF, Karen Fried-Magnifilo, Michael Popak, and others. Stay tuned. Historic episode right now of the MeidasTouch podcast, and follow along at MeidasTouch.com. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Oh, hey, when did you get here? Let's take a quick break to talk about our next partner, Henson Shaving. Look, everyone knows how annoying cheap razors are. The cuts, the irritation, the frustration. And don't get me started with subscription razor services, the headaches that those can cause. That's why you gotta meet Henson Shaving. Henson Shaving is a family-owned aerospace parts manufacturer that has made parts for the ISS. That's the International Space Station and Mars rover, and now they're bringing precision engineering to your shaving experience. Razor blades, they're like diving boards. The longer the board, the more wobble, the more nicks, cuts, and scrapes. A bad shave, it isn't a blade problem. It's an extension problem. By using aerospace-grade CNC machines, Henson makes metal razors that extend just 0.0013 inches, which is less than the thickness of human hair. That means a secure and stable blade with a vibration-free shave. It gets better. The razor has built-in channels to evacuate hair and cream, which makes clogging virtually impossible. Seriously, Henson Shaving wants the best razor, not the best razor business. That means no plastic, no subscriptions, no proprietary blades, and no obsolescence. The Henson razor, it works with standard dual edge blades to give you that old school shave with the benefit of new school tech. Once you own the Henson razor, it's only about $3 to $5 per year to replace the blades. My first shave with the Henson razor was incredibly refreshing. The design is sleek and the durability is top notch. The Henson razor is truly much better than your run-of-the-mill quote-unquote traditional razor brand. And the affordability factor is absolutely game-changing. No more wasting your money on expensive blades. With Henson shaving, you get a year of blades for just $5. Okay, so here's what you have to do. It's time to say no to subscriptions and yes to a razor that'll last you a lifetime. Visit hensonshaving.com/Meidas to pick the razor for you and use code Meidas and you'll get 2 years worth of blades free with your razor. Just make sure to add them to your cart. That's 100 free blades when you head to hensonshaving.com/Meidas and use code Meidas. Did you know that your temperature at night can have one of the greatest impacts on your sleep quality? If you wake up too hot or too cold, I highly recommend that you check out Miracle Made's bed sheets. Inspired by NASA, Miracle Made uses silver-infused fabrics and makes temperature-regulating bedding so you can sleep at that perfect temperature all night long. Now, using silver-infused fabrics originally inspired by NASA, Miracle Made sheets are thermoregulating and designed to keep you at that perfect temperature all night so you get better sleep every night. These sheets are infused with silver that prevent up to 99.7% of bacterial growth, leaving them to stay cleaner and fresh 3 times longer than other sheets. No more gross odors. Miracle sheets are luxuriously comfortable without the high price tag of other luxury brands and feel as nice, if not nicer, than the bed sheets used by some 5-star hotels. Stop sleeping on bacteria. Bacteria can clog your pores, causing breakouts and acne. Sleep clean with Miracle. Go to trymiracle.com/Meidas to try Miracle Made sheets today. And whether you're buying them for yourself or as a gift for a loved one, if you order today, you can save over 40%. And if you use our promo code Meidas at checkout, you'll get 3 free towels and save an extra 20%. Miracle is so confident in their product, it's backed with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you aren't 100% satisfied, you'll get a full refund. Upgrade your sleep with Miracle Made. Go to trymiracle.com/Meidas and use the code Meidas to claim your free 3-piece towel set and save over 40% off. Again, that's trymiracle.com/Meidas to treat yourself. Thank you, Miracle Made, for sponsoring this.
Welcome back to the MeidasTouch Podcast. We are live. Ben, Brett, and Jordy Mycelis. This is shaping up to be a historic episode of the MeidasTouch Podcast. It is our belief that in moments we could be announcing that in Fulton County, Georgia, the Fulton County District Attorney before a grand jury of Donald Trump's peers. That's an important thing to point out, that it is a grand jury that votes on these indictments. It is presented by the district attorney, but it is Donald Trump's peers who ultimately will be voting. We believe, though, an indictment will be handed down any moment now, and that we will be able to announce it live here on the MeidasTouch Podcast. We will then bring in our panel of the top legal analysts right now in the country, Michael Popak and Karen Friedman Agnifilo, for their takes. They will go through the indictment when it is made available. And then just to remember, we now have MeidasTouch.com, the top pro-democracy website in the world, MeidasTouch.com, where you can follow along with all of the documents we discuss here on the MeidasTouch Podcast and on the network. That website is MeidasTouch.com. I am so proud of the work that people have been doing there on that site. Our writers, our editors are top notch. Shout out to everybody at MeidasTouch.com. So, as an indictment is imminent against Donald Trump, what does Donald Trump do? Behave like a petulant fascist third grader. That's what he does. Donald Trump posted, "Why is, quote, phony like the perfect phone call? Get it? Fani Willis, the severely underperforming DA of Fulton County, who is being accused of having an affair with a gang member of a group that she is prosecuting, leaking my name in regard to a grand jury pertaining to election fraud and irregularities that I say took place in Georgia. I made a perfect phone call of protest. What does phony have to do with me? She should instead focus on the record number of murders in Atlanta. Now, I don't care what political party you are from. If you look at that post and believe that behavior is normal, then there are some real serious problems here. Y'all remember back in the day where if a politician spelled potato wrong, or when
That was
what Yahoo, yeah.
Never went Yahoo. That was Super Mario.
Okay, that was Super Mario, right? I get Howard Dean and Super Mario confused sometimes.
Easy to confuse them.
Okay, but that was disqualifying. Why? Because there are standards. You have Donald Trump creating a defamatory statement. Donald Trump made it up. Donald Trump is the one who accused her falsely. This never happened. Of having an affair with a gang member who had a New Hampshire speech that he gave at a very small high school gymnasium. One of the weirdest speeches. He was like sweating profusely and just, anyway, he made that up. So he's referencing himself, lying about her in such a despicable, misogynistic, and yes, racist way. That's why the way MAGA Republicans attack Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis is very similar to their attacks on Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who they accused of being drug dealers and saying they were trafficking ballots the way they traffic heroin, which Giuliani admitted in federal court he was lying and defamed them. By the way, they are, of course, very much inextricably intertwined with the current indictment that is likely to drop in Fulton County in minutes now, or any moment now. But that is the MAGA Republican fascist movement for you. Yep. This is the conduct that they engage in over and over again. And it's why it's so critical that you have law and order judges like Judge Chutkin, like Judge Beryl Howell, like Judge Arthur Engoron, the state court judge in New York, like Judge Merchan, the other state court judge in New York. Donald Trump hates law and order judges. MAGA Republicans hate law and order. They want to defund and abolish the FBI and DOJ. Why? Why do they want to do it? Because they are investigating domestic terrorists, because MAGA Republicans want to send congressional delegations, which they did, to party. I'm not making this up. To party with January 6th insurrectionists in prison, to chant, "Let's go, Brandon," over and over again. And I kid you not, the MAGA Republican Party sings songs and came up with a track, a musical that they put out with January 6th insurrectionists called the January 6th Anthem, which they play before Donald Trump rallies and events. Traveling fascist circus is really what it is. So, folks, that ain't normal. Don't let the media say that behavior is normal. It's not. I want to toss it to Brett and Jordy, but then I want to compare the behavior of law and order judges, law and order prosecutors, to Judge Eileen Cannon. Brett and Jordy.
Yeah, and I think, what we're going to see now is where we're going to have to see how the legal system reacts to Donald Trump being Donald Trump. I think one of the reasons right now that we are seeing such swift action in Fulton County, and as I say this currently, I'm hearing that the Superior Court Clerk's office still has the lights on. So yes, we are still expecting those documents tonight to come through with the indictments. We will see, but we are tracking this. They are voting. The grand jury is voting on this as we speak. But I think one of the reasons why this process got expedited today, why these witnesses ended up being brought in earlier, is because of Donald Trump's threats. And it harkens back to what the judge said, Judge Chutkan said on Friday,
Right.
which is that if you continue with these threats, if you continue to lash out, we are going to have to set an earlier trial date. And I think what we're going to find, and I think the one silver lining that we could take from Donald Trump's endless threats and deranged postings that we see every single day, is that every time he does one of those things, that is going to continue to backfire on him. It's going to continue to be used against him. We have all heard whatever you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. What you're supposed to do in that scenario is you are supposed to keep silent. Any decent lawyer could tell you that. Heck, any non-lawyer should be able to tell you that. But Donald Trump is the worst client imaginable, and he continues to make his life
to
a
your
living
point,
hell.
It's almost like when someone maybe is getting audited, right? And they try and bury you in paperwork, is what Donald Trump continues to do with these statements. He's trying to bury the prosecution in paperwork to have to point to every single example, but it's not going to work because we've seen time and time again that this team is incredibly diligent with their notes and they're incredibly observant with every single post that Donald Trump does.
And by the way, Georgia's not federal court. I mean, we have to say that also. First off, Judge McBurney in Georgia said that cameras will be allowed in this case. So we're going to get a much different perspective for this case than we likely will for the federal cases, which do not allow cameras in the courtroom. That's going to be quite an interesting live stream to have here on the MeidasTouch Network if we're able to get cameras in there. And with Donald Trump also, they have different rules in the state of Georgia. And Andrew Weissman, former attorney at the Department of Justice, has been hitting the TV circuit, giving his thoughts on the prosecution of Donald Trump. And he mentioned this provision in the Georgia Criminal Code that basically says the court needs to find, in order to release somebody on bail in Georgia, they need to find that the defendant poses no risk of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstructing the administration of justice. And that burden to prove that falls on the defendant to prove that he will not do that. So we have now Weissman. Let me play for you his thoughts on this, because I think it's important for you all to hear this, because soon, obviously, we're going to be going through the process of another Trump arraignment, the fifth Donald Trump arraignment, this time in Georgia. But hear what Andrew Weissman had to say about this law.
And then the final point, Nicole, which may sound a little out of left field, is bail. Now, we have seen the former president get bail in Manhattan, in Florida, and in D.C. We have also seen the former president continue to make statements that, at least arguably, are obstruction of justice or intimidating witnesses. Why is that important? Because in Georgia, the statute that may apply here, depending on what is charged, is one where the presumption is one that the defendant has the burden of rebutting. In other words, it's on the defendant to show that he will not commit crimes, that he's not at risk of flight. And let me just give you the exact words, because this is the provision that the court has to find to release somebody on bail in Georgia, which is that the defendant poses no risk of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstructing the administration of justice. That poses no risk of intimidating witnesses. To me, that is going to be, for a judge who is going to treat Donald Trump or anyone else like any other defendant, that could be a problem, because just today we saw a continuation of the attacks on the D.C. federal judge, and even Truth Social saying that Jeff Duncan, the former lieutenant governor, should not comply with a grand jury subpoena in Georgia. You can't tell a witness not to comply with a grand jury subpoena unless there's some legal ability to do that. But that's not what the former president did. So it'll be interesting to see how the judge deals with bail as we go forward.
So the standard is Trump and Trump's lawyers have to make a showing that Trump has not threatened witnesses, because he's threatened witnesses even today, they have to make that showing affirmatively. And so they're not going to be able to make that showing. And if I had to guess, one of the reasons why these grand jury deliberations were expedited in this way. I know there was the whole thing of, this fake kind of document that was being filed in the clerk system, and the clerk system removed it. And there's a lot of confusion what that is. I think the reason it was expedited actually has nothing to do with that. I think it was expedited because there's a real present fear that Donald Trump is threatening witnesses right now, and that could harm the administration of justice. I think that's what Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis and her team is going to say about why the grand jury is working late into the night. And by the way, normally a grand jury would probably be pissed, let's face it, working late into the night like this, right? On the East Coast, we're heading into 9 p.m., Eastern time. But I think if the grand jury was, and I'm pretty confident they were, showed the documents, showed the post by Donald Trump, especially the one of Jeff Duncan showing Donald Trump's threats, I think the grand jury will understand what is going on. And I think that took place. And that's also why I believe Jeff Duncan, the former Republican lieutenant governor of Georgia, really wasn't able to speak about the threats, whether he was going to testify about the threats that he received. But let's be clear, those were obvious threats that were made. Those were obvious violations of the witness tampering statute. And I will be interested to see if ultimately Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis charges Donald Trump with that.
One of my favorite of the Trump defenses of these Trump lawyers, of Donald Trump himself, of some of these MAGA influencers, if you want to call them that, is when they go, I don't understand. How could they charge Donald Trump with racketeering? That's for the mob. It's my favorite, because Donald Trump moves and behaves. Everything he does is like that of a mob boss.
So close to knowing it. They're so close to getting it.
You're so close.
You're right there, buddy.
You're so right close to getting it. But we saw even today, Attorney Alan Dershowitz talking about his defense, but that he would give in the Donald Trump case. And Ben, I know you thought this was quite the defense he was floating out here on Charlie Kirk's podcast.
Yeah, he was saying we just want Trump. All Trump was saying, all he wanted to do, he was just asking Brad Raffensperger, the Republican Secretary of State, to find it, like locate it. Like, where was it? Like, maybe you need a navigation system to try to find it. That goes, that wasn't a threat saying find me the votes. And I just wonder, like, Dershowitz is a menace to the legal profession. If that is an actual argument, like, it's not funny. It is funny when I do like that, but it's not funny also at the same time that is actually what they're saying. I mean, we all heard the phone calls, the gaslighting. It was a perfect phone call. It was shut up.
And Ben, I'm learning right now, sorry to interrupt you, I'm learning the indictment was just brought to the clerk and she has signed it. We are getting updates right now. We're going to try to pull up a live feed of what is going on right now in Fulton County. Big news right now out of Fulton County. The indictment has been brought up. Hugo Lowell now reporting for The Guardian that Judge Robert McBurney tells the courtroom the convoy is mobile, referring to the grand jury return being walked over from the grand jury room inside the Fulton County DA's office to the courthouse. And we are seeing images of that also on the feed of the indictments being delivered. We will try to get a feed up on that very shortly for our viewers here on the MeidasTouch Network. But historic stuff we're witnessing live right now with all 24,000+ of you out there. And thank you to everybody tuning in. And we will get that live feed up momentarily to bring you the latest on everything that is going on.
So as we said from the outset, we believed going into this episode, it would be a historic episode. We believed Donald Trump was going to be indicted within minutes, within about an hour of when we originally went live on this podcast. And I think that is when we will be able to officially give you the news. We will be able to then go through the indictment count by count, explain to you what the various counts mean. We will bring on the top legal panel in the United States of America, led by Karen Friedman Agnifilo and Michael Popak, to go through the indictment. And we're just getting news, of course, that the indictment was just brought to the clerk. The clerk signed it. We believe, although we're not ready to confirm it yet, that Donald Trump has just been indicted in Fulton County. We believe the charges will include sprawling RICO and racketeering charges. We believe that the charges will include Donald Trump's threats to Brad Raffensperger, threats against election officials, the fake elector scheme Donald Trump, we believe, will be charged with as part of a RICO and racketeering conspiracy. Also, the theft of election data from Coffee County, Georgia. We believe that will be in this indictment as well. We've been following all of those various pieces, all of the witnesses that lead us to believe that is what we will see in this indictment. But of course, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves. We are going to be reading the indictment as soon as we have it, and we will be able to go through count by count what is in that indictment, and we will bring on our legal panel. Historic day indeed, Brett and Jordy. And as we wait for official confirmation of what is going on in Fulton County, it's worth noting that special counsel Jack Smith just filed a reply brief in the case he brought against Donald Trump that the grand jury voted to indict Donald Trump on in the Southern District of Florida for Trump's willful retention of national defense information and obstruction of justice. As we have the feed right there of Judge Robert McBurney looking through the indictment, reading through the indictment, combing through it. You see the clerk there with Judge Robert McBurney right now as we await the potential Georgia Trump indictment. We are on indictment watch. That is a camera inside the courthouse right now.
By the way, how nice to see cameras inside the courthouse for the first time during a Trump indictment.
And Brett, you pointed this out before in federal proceedings. I think that it is certainly anachronistic, to say the least, that in federal courts they do not allow cameras in courtrooms. It's specifically prohibited except in certain trial tests that are taking place in civil cases. Although the Democrats have petitioned the administrator of the federal courts to allow cameras in for the Trump cases. And although Trump's lawyers claim they want it, they argue differently in their court papers. But Judge Robert McBurney has the package in his hands, just handed it back off to the clerk. Judge, let's put it this way. It looks like it's a lot of pages. Looking at it right now, the clerk has what looks to be the indictment in her hands right now. You see media that is in the courtroom as the clerk carries with her right now the material. We see the Fulton County Sheriff's Department officers right there, media members right there. Probably recognize a few from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution.
All right. Thanks, Sheriff.
Local reporters.
Good luck the rest of the evening. You bet. That's it. Was it all you hoped it would be?
Can you tell us what it says?
I did get a good look. So you all need to leave. I mean that politely and nicely. You've had a long day, but these folks can't go until you all go. I know we had talked about leaving the equipment here. Don't leave the equipment here because you're not going to want to be here tomorrow. You're welcome to be here. You don't have a Rule 22 for what's going on tomorrow. Just good old trial stuff.
And as Judge McBurney speaks, we are learning that the indictment unsealing process is underway in the Fulton County Courthouse. Things are moving quickly right now, everybody. And you saw that that funny little joke right there from the judge telling everyone, was it everything you hoped? They waited there all day to watch him sign a piece of paper, but a historic piece of paper. And they were there. Remember, right now, as we are recording this live, it is 9 p.m. on the East Coast. It is 9 p.m. in Georgia, where this is all going down. Typically, the courts would close at around 5 p.m., but they made an exception for today because they wanted to make sure that they saw the witnesses today. District Attorney Fani Willis wanted to get the job done today, and today she did. We will now see, as the unsealing process happens, what exactly was that we signed, but I don't think it's going to be much of a surprise, folks, that this is an indictment of Donald Trump.
Well, you know, back in the day when you applied to college and you didn't get in, when I didn't get in, I would get the thin envelope. And when you got in, you got the thick package. So that was clear.
By the way, the kids will never understand that feeling anymore because now it's all done digitally. I was sort of in the in-between stage where you could find out online you also got the packet. But you used to know if you got into college, if you got the big packet in the mail, that means good news. If you got the little normal letter, that means probably not the best news.
I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, NYU. You could have had a podcaster from the MeidasTouch Network who went to your school, NYU, but you gave me the thin envelope. But no, in all NYU, I'm looking at you. In all seriousness, though, there looked to be the document that the clerk brought to be signed to Judge Robert McBurney looked to be extensive. Yes. Right? It looked to be
heavy.
Certainly, at least the look of it was that it was far more pages than what we saw, what Special Counsel Jack Smith's indictments. I'll just tell you what MSNBC is reporting right now as we speak, that 10 people have been indicted in Georgia. MSNBC, the first to call it, reporting that there were 10 people indicted in Georgia. As soon as we get a list of who all those individuals are, we will be reading it to you one by one. Again, the indictment looks to be extensive from what we observed right there. And we believe that it will be a sprawling RICO racketeering conspiracy against Donald Trump. You know, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis kind of rose into her position on a very famous RICO racketeering case against a group of school teachers who were fraudulently reporting grades, many years ago. Fani Willis, the district attorney, was a very accomplished trial lawyer, viewed as one of the best trial lawyers in all of Georgia at the time. And she had her own practice for a little bit. She ran ultimately for district attorney against a scandal-plagued existing district attorney before any of this went down with Donald Trump, before she knew that she would be at the footsteps of this historic moment. She was just a law and order, call balls and strikes kind of prosecutor who was widely praised for her prosecutorial skills and her skills as being an accomplished trial lawyer. You saw right there, maybe we pull that image back up again. I think this will be a historic photograph of the clerk signing the paperwork of what we believe to be the indictment and the unsealing process taking place right now at the clerk's office. It sounds like exactly what it is. You could go to a clerk's office like that and you process the paperwork. Paperwork after paperwork gets processed, folks. The grand jury was kept later than expected. There is another photo right there of what we believe to be the.
And Ben, let's zoom in. Let's zoom in on this and read it for the audio listeners and to the viewers out there, because it could be a little hard to see. Don't worry, I won't make you stretch your eyes, Ben. I know when you're. It could be a little tougher for you.
I could read it right now. The document that we're looking at is called the certification that grand jury indictments returned in open court, July to August term 2023. I hereby certify that on August 14, 2023, after the indictments had been presented to the grand jury and the session had been adjourned for the day, said indictments were returned in open court as required by law. Present for said return was the assistant district attorney, name, deputy sheriff, name, and deputy clerk of the Superior Court. On this date, there were 10 indictments presented to the court. Of those indictments, none were no billed by the grand jury. This, the 14th day of August 2023, meaning 10 indictments presented. Of those 10 indictments, all 10 indictments issued. So we will be letting you know who were the subject of those 10 indictments, but 10 indictments issued, 10 different people. We believe one of those to be Donald Trump. The question of who the others are, we believe it to be a grouping of fake electors, Donald Trump co-conspirators, but we're not going to speculate right now when we're going to be moments away from knowing that information.
Oh man, I thought we were gonna have fun speculating. No, let's wait for the actual data to become in before we start just throwing around names of people who are potentially in this indictment. But we should be getting this information imminently. Remember when indictments were imminent a few months back? Well, imminent has arrived, Midas Mighty, and it is here today on the 14th of August, 2023. Donald Trump indicted in Georgia. 10 indictments being brought down. Excited to see the names on that list. And I hope it is some of the names that we are more familiar with, in addition to the phony, to borrow a phrase from Donald Trump, the phony electors who were doing the bidding for him, presenting themselves as real electors to try to overthrow the results of a free and fair election. And let's be straight about what Donald Trump was trying to do here. Donald Trump was trying to end our democracy, and the epicenter of him trying to end our democracy was in Fulton County, Georgia, with him trying to get the electoral count to stop, with him trying to get Brad Raffensperger to find him the 11,780 votes. Thankfully, our democracy stood. Now we need the legal system to stand and to hold Donald Trump accountable. And we are finally hitting that moment of accountability that we have all been waiting for. We have just entered uncharted territory, folks, in the prosecutions of Donald Trump and the indictments of Donald Trump, with this very powerful state charges being handed down against him. This is completely new territory for Trump to be hit with charges of this severity, overthrowing the election, this conspiracy, racketeering. We will soon see the actual details that's listed in this indictment, but this is big, big, big news, folks. Brothers, your reaction.
Everybody remember to go check out MeidasTouch.com. MeidasTouch.com is where we will be posting all of the court documents. We will have the top legal panel in all of the United States here on the MeidasTouch podcast, with Michael Popak and Karen Friedman-Agnifilo leading the legal analysis portion of our. But we will be posting the source documents on our new homepage, the top source of all pro-democracy news in the world out there. The website is MeidasTouch.com. I am super proud of all of our writers and editors. It's been some real impressive work building that up, and that site is getting more views than I think most major media at this point for their websites, and it's only been a short period of time. And I think that's because there is a thirst out there for just the truth.
Thank you.
Give me
Yeah.
a fact. Just
exactly.
Just read the documents for me. Show me the evidence. I'd like to hear your opinion, but don't lead with the opinion. Lead with the facts. Lead with the evidence. Share your opinion. And that's what we do here. And we push back against the both sidesism. We push back against the constant gaslighting. We push back against all of this nonsense coming from the MAGA Republicans. And as we await this historic news and to make the official call to give you the official confirmation, even though we see the certification. So it's clear that the indictments were issued. We just want to get our hands on the actual charging document itself with the names listed on them. Of course, we believe Donald Trump to be listed on there. Let's remember, Trump is involved in multiple other cases where he is a criminal defendant, right? In moments before we went live, special counsel Jack Smith filed an objection to Donald Trump's ridiculous request to Judge Eileen Cannon. Donald Trump wants the United States taxpayers to build him a sensitive compartmented information facility, a SCIF, at Mar-a-Lago, the scene of the crime, because Donald Trump feels so entitled and he's so lazy that he doesn't want to just drive to the SCIF, the sensitive compartmented information facility in Miami, where he should be able to review it and where the government says it will be made available to him. The government's motion states that the proposed protective order by the government reflects standard procedures for handling classified information in criminal cases and is consistent with the law. Defendant Trump's opposition, on the other hand, seeks special treatment that no other criminal defendant would receive, and that is unsupported by law or precedent. It also rests on a misrepresentation of the proposed protective order's requirements. The proposed protective order requires that any discussion of classified information between Trump and his attorneys take place in a SCIF. It does not require it, as Trump maintains, that all discussions take place in the same SCIF where classified. And fortunately, folks, Judge Eileen Cannon's corruption is matched by her stupidity, and she has created such a legal quagmire already in her courtroom, striking documents that Jack Smith is trying to file under seal due to grand jury secrecy laws, sua sponte, meaning on her own initiative, Judge Cannon asking the parties to brief issues that she heard on Fox News the night before, like the propriety of having a Washington, D.C. grand jury, which invokes grand jury secrecy issues. At the same time, she's striking grand jury secrecy documents from being filed under seal. The good news, folks, is that the problems she is creating allowed special counsel Jack Smith in the federal case filed in Washington, D.C., to really swoop in with a law and order, no nonsense judge in Judge Tanya Chutkin and request this January 2nd, 2024 trial date. Because if Judge Cannon pushed her case up, then Jack Smith may not have been able to ask for a January 2024 trial date. And look, the case in D.C. would put Trump in jail for the rest of his life. So frankly, I'm okay at this point for Judge Eileen Cannon once again to be called out to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, to be admonished and to be embarrassed and humiliated like the corrupt judge that she is once again. And meanwhile, to have these other cases proceed forthwith. So I wanted to give you that analysis because that is going on, folks. At the same time, we're talking about these historic developments in Fulton County, where we expect in just moments to confirm the identities and the charges, where a grand jury of Donald Trump's peers just voted to indict, we believe, Donald Trump, along with 9 other co-conspirators who will now be criminal defendants.
Yeah, and it's 10 indictments, not necessarily 10 defendants. So we'll have to wait on the official unsealing process before we could fully say how many individuals have actually been indicted here. But I want to bring you all to this blast from the past. If you remember back in February, when the special grand jury process was underway, as we've all experienced, that there's been this, unique process that takes place in Georgia with the special grand jury who at first developed the evidence. And if you remember, when they were making their recommendations and Donald Trump was trying to gaslight America about what was going on, Trump went on his social media app and he posted this post, which I will just say did not age well. Trump wrote, "Thank you to the special," this is February 16th, 2023. Thank you to the special grand jury in the great state of Georgia for your patriotism and courage. Total exoneration. The USA is very proud of you. Just to show you the level of gaslighting of this individual. I know you know it, but I know he makes so many remarks on a daily basis that he sometimes forgets some of these events in the past, and that feels like almost years ago. But I bet Donald Trump feels quite differently about the grand jury today and about that special purpose grand jury back then, now that he is about to be on the receiving end of a very, very serious indictment out of Fulton County, Georgia.
We should be getting those indictments at any moment now. We'll be able to give you the identity of the individuals charged. We'll be able to give you the charges. And over the weekend, it was also being reported in an exclusive story by CNN that Fulton County District Attorney and her team of prosecutors were able to gather messages showing that Donald Trump's team was directly behind that voting system breach in Coffee County, and specifically how a former Coffee County election official, Misty Hampton, and others sent like a written invitation saying, hey, if you want to commit the crime, come on in. We're ready to commit the crime with you, everybody. And that was funneled to Sidney Powell, and Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, Robert Costello, denies that Giuliani was involved in it, but it's not exactly like Giuliani tells the truth about anything at all. But Giuliani then was pointing at Sidney Powell and saying that Sidney Powell, Giuliani did not follow Sidney Powell's crackpot ideas. I mean, I kind of recall them being shoulder to shoulder at that time. But one of the things I think that Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has been really good at as well is really kind of putting certain fake electors against other fake electors. That gap in time between the special purpose grand jury, where information was presented, where evidence was presented, they prepare a report. They didn't have the power to indict. The gap between that and the grand jury, which has now been impaneled and now just completed its work, where the indictment, the criminal indictments actually take place. I think that pause gave a lot of the fake electors pause, and they were like, oh crap, we are really going to be indicted here. And a lot of them were all being represented by the same lawyers, which is another kind of common tactic of kind of Trumpism, having everybody be represented so they can coordinate. And I think a bunch of those fake electors ended up cooperating and pointing the fingers at the other fake electors. And so ultimately, I think that tool, the timing of it, actually was used to the benefit of Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. And we do expect at some point, the DA's office is saying it will be holding a press conference after the indictments are processed by the clerk's office, which could take about 1 to 3 hours. It's being reported by Tamar Hallerman of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. They do great work at the AJC. I want to give them a shout out. They've been reporting this every step of the way. So get your coffee ready, or in my case, tea. We're going to be in this one for quite some time together. We have a lot to discuss as well as we wait for the indictment to drop. I also want to talk about how these MAGA Republicans, for like a very long time, have been saying, we want a special counsel, David Weiss, the Trump appointed Republican, to be a special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden's nudes, even though Hunter Biden has nothing to do with the government. It's like, I don't care about Hunter Biden. Like, whatever, who cares at the end of the day? But okay, you want a special counsel? So finally, David Weiss requested special counsel status. Got it right away from Merrick Garland. The first time he asked for it. And by the way, David Weiss told all of the MAGA Republican friends of his that, that David Weiss told the MAGA Republicans, who he thought was his allies or his friends, hey, I've never asked for this in the first place. I've never requested special counsel status. I've been told that I will get the status, and I've never been restricted in what I do. And then he finally requested. He gets the status immediately. And then the MAGA Republicans are like, David Weiss, the Trump appointed prosecutor, is deep state. He's Team Hunter. He's
tease him, Ben. Tease him. Let's leave a little for after the break.
I'll leave a little. We've got a lot to discuss. And when we come back, I expect we'll be able to announce the identities of the individuals who were just indicted in Fulton County, Georgia. Make sure you're getting your constant breaking news updates at MeidasTouch.com. Check out our news site now. That's MeidasTouch.com. And we're close to unlocking that dark Brandon emoji.
How many, Ben? How many more?
I think we're about 150 to 200 away from unlocking the dark Brandon.
I think we can do it.
I know we're not funded by outside investors here. We do it by emojis. So if you click that $sign and you buy people memberships, that helps build the website and do things like that. We've got historic news to share with you right when we come back from this quick break.
Now let's take a quick break to talk about our next partner, Mosh. As the years progress, it's so important to stay on top of your mental health and fitness. Frankly, life gets busy, and sometimes you end up sacrificing good foods and snacks for unhealthy ones strictly because they may seem more convenient. Now, whether at the gym, on the go, or between meals with the fam, Mosh protein bars are the smart snack to keep your brain and body fit, fueled, and feeling good. With 6 delicious flavors, each Mosh bar comes packed with 12 grams of protein and made with ingredients that support brain health like ashwagandha, lion's mane, collagen, and omega-3s. At 160 calories and only 1 gram of sugar, Mosh protein bars are the guilt-free snack your brain and body will crave. Your brain, it's your number one tool, which is why Mosh protein bars were mindfully formulated by some of the world's top neuroscientists and functional nutritionists. Founded by Patrick Schwarzenegger and Maria Shriver, Mosh is a mission-driven brain health and wellness company that donates a portion of all proceeds to support women's brain research through the Women's Alzheimer's Movement at Cleveland Clinic. I absolutely love Mosh protein bars. They're delicious, they're savory, they're the perfect smart snack to keep your brain and body fit, fueled, and feeling good. We're constantly doing different videos or podcasts here or just a bunch of different tasks. So I'm able to enjoy Mosh protein bars easily and enjoyably throughout the day whenever I need it. Don't settle with a mediocre snack when you can nourish your body and mind with the fuel it needs to succeed. So whether you're at the gym, on the go, or just living your best life, Mosh protein bars will keep your brain and body fit, fueled, and feeling good. Head to moshlife.com/Meidas to save 20% off plus free shipping on your first 6-count trial pack. That's 20% off plus free shipping on your first 6-count trial pack, which includes all 6 mouth-watering flavors. moshlife.com/Meidas. And now let's take a quick break to talk about our next partner, Roan. If you're like me, you understand the pains of finding out what to wear. Let's face it, most clothes are uncomfortable or too tight or never actually the size that you really are, and not to mention the annoyance of trying to put together a good outfit. And when you finally do have a good fit, you can only wear it for a few hours before you have an important meeting or dinner, and then you have to change. Everyone wants to dress their best and look good at all times because, frankly, it's a confidence booster. So here's the deal. Men's closets were due for a radical reinvention, and Roan stepped up to the challenge. Roan's commuter collection is the most comfortable, breathable, and flexible set of products known to man. And here's why. Roan helps you get ready for any occasion with the commuter collection, which offers the world's most comfortable pants, dress shirts, quarter zips, and polos. You never have to worry about what to wear when you have the Roan commuter collection. Roan's comfortable 4-way stretch fabric provides breathability and flexibility that leaves you free to enjoy what life throws your way, from your commute to work to your 18 holes of golf. It's time to feel confident without the hassle. With Roan's wrinkle release technology, wrinkles disappear as you stretch and wear the products. It's that easy. With the Gold Fusion anti-odor technology, you'll be smelling fresh and clean all day long. And on top of that, Roan is 100% machine washable, so you can ditch the dry cleaner altogether. I absolutely love Roan. This has truly become my go-to commuter fit. We're on the move a lot. Whether it's jumping from meeting to meeting or catching a flight or an important dinner, the Roan commuter collection has never let me down. The versatility and overall comfort of the collection is undefeated. Even after I wear it all day, I still feel super fresh because of the Gold Fusion anti-odor technology. The commuter collection can get you through any workday and straight into whatever comes next. Head to roan.com/Meidas and use promo code Meidas to save 20% off your entire order. That's 20% off your entire order when you head to RHONE.com/Meidas and use code Meidas. It's time to find your corner office.
Back, we are live.
I was a little
Jordy-
nervous, honestly, when I saw Jordy standing up like that. I was like, does he know we're back? But Jordy was just showing off his Roan commuter collection. Looking good. Jordy.
I love the commuter collection. I especially love the pants. They make my butt look really good. So big fan of their own pants. Figures up today. That's the coverage people come here for. You guys don't realize that. That's also why people like to come, because they like
I'm
gonna older brother veto that.
I think specifically today they're coming to hear us talk about, for example, that the certification that grand jury indictments were returned in open court in Fulton County has been signed by the clerk. They're going through an unsealing process as we speak. But Jordy, yes, your own collection is quite nice and it definitely fits your figure quite well. But let's pull up the document, Brett, that we just put up that was signed in court moments before we took our break. We'll try to zoom in for me specifically. It says from the clerk, and from the judge, it's certifying that I hereby certify that on August 14th, 2023, after the indictments had been presented to the grand jury and the session had been adjourned for the day, said indictments were returned in open court. And there were 10 indictments that were returned. We don't specifically have, to be clear, the amount of defendants that are included in those 10 indictments. If that means 10, it doesn't necessarily equate to that per se.
Be more than 10.
It could be more than 10, but we will let you know. Right now, the unsealing process is taking place. We expect that there will be a press conference that will be held this evening by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis announcing the charges in the indictment. And today's proceedings were certainly expedited. I think we all believed here that these indictments were going to be handed down on Tuesday, August 15th. And whether it was because there were some erroneous or fake documents that were filed on the Fulton County filing system earlier in the day. That's at least what the Fulton County clerk was referring to this filing that seemed to indicate certain charges that were being brought. Or I just think more likely the threats on one of the witnesses was one of the reasons that I think Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis is going to say in her press conference, this is why I had to bring it quicker. Yeah. On Tuesday, we were going to call Jeff Duncan, the former Republican lieutenant governor of Georgia. But then Donald Trump posted this in the morning on Monday. And it was reported that Jeff Duncan was going to be testifying on Tuesday. And it was integral that we protected the safety of witnesses, critical witnesses. This is what Trump posted earlier in the day. I'm reading reports that failed former Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Jeff Duncan, will be testifying before the Fulton County grand jury. He shouldn't. I barely know him, but he was, right from the beginning of this witch hunt, a nasty disaster for those looking into election fraud that took place in Georgia. He refused having a special session to find out what went on, became very unpopular with the Republicans. I refused to endorse him, and fought the, in all caps, truth all the way. A loser. He went to FNC. And folks, we can never normalize that behavior right there. That is witness tampering. It's the actual definition of witness tampering under Georgia Criminal Code section 16-10-93, which makes it illegal for any individual to knowingly to use intimidation with the intent to influence, delay, or prevent the testimony of any person in an official proceeding, or cause or induce any person to withhold testimony. It's also just despicable, unprofessional, whiny, just a disgusting thing to say. And we can't ignore that behavior the same way we can't ignore the behavior when Donald Trump attacks the prosecutor, like he did as well, where he said, "Why is phony like the perfect phone call? Get it? Fani Willis, the severely underperforming DA of Fulton County, who's being accused of having an affair with a gang member of a group that she is prosecuting, leaking my name in regard to a grand jury pertaining to election fraud and irregularities that I say took place in Georgia. I made a perfect phone call of protest. What does Fani have to do with me? She should instead focus on the record number of murders in Atlanta." And folks, modern day Republican Party for you.
Yep.
Modern day Republican Party for you. They like this. They think this is cool. They think this is funny. Phony, perfect phone call. She disgustingly making up defamatory stories about prosecutors having sex with gang members and then citing your own self as a report for that. Just completely defamatory statements. Like, it is not normal behavior at all. It is criminal behavior. And I believe that when we see the district attorney, Fani Willis, give her press conference later, I think she's going to say that the escalation of Trump's threats reached a new level. We've been reporting about it here on the MeidasTouch podcast, what was going down. I think she's going to say the threats reached a level where we couldn't wait. And frankly, I would be very interested in seeing as well. And again, this proceeding will be broadcast live. We will see the trial live. We will see Donald Trump in court at his arraignment live. We will be bringing all of that to you here on the MeidasTouch Network live. And at the arraignment, one of the focuses of it is going to be on bail. Donald Trump has to make the claim now. He has to prove that he has not been threatening witnesses. That is one of the preconditions that you have to show in order to avoid being placed in prison pending your trial. The burden is on him in Georgia, unlike in some other states and in federal court. So Trump's lawyers have to make an affirmative showing. And guess what? We're going to see it live here on the MeidasTouch Network. We're going to see what justice actually looks like live. Brett and Jordy.
That's why you better make sure that you are subscribed right now to the MeidasTouch Network so you don't miss a thing, and turn on that notification bell so that you don't miss when we release new videos or when we go live. You got to buckle up, everybody, because things are about to get pretty wild here. I mean, they already are. You already see it all happening. But Ben, I thought it was important that you brought up that the Republican Party likes this, right? Because we speak about Donald Trump here, and for good reason, because he is the most dangerous figure in the United States of America, if not the world. And he is the leader of this MAGA Republican Party. They just can't seem to quit him. And you see some actual pro-democracy voices like the Jeff Duncans, but they are by far and away the minority in this Republican Party. What is the actual power center of the Republican Party doing? They are completely going all in on Trumpism. They are gaslighting, and it is absolutely despicable what we are witnessing. And I hope that you all out there see this, and I hope that the American people are seeing what is going on, because their level of lying is just so specific and so obvious that Anybody with a half a brain cell should be able to say, this is not okay. That's an obvious lie. That's actually the opposite of what you said like yesterday. You can't just change your mind on this thing. So as y'all remember, on Friday, Merrick Garland had granted the Trump-appointed, remember he's a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, David Weiss, special counsel privileges. We have talked ad nauseum about David Weiss, Trump-appointed U.S. attorney David Weiss on this program. He has been the U.S. attorney overseeing the Hunter Biden investigation. And these MAGA Republicans have continuously lied about him, accusing him of being in the pocket of Hunter Biden. They would make up that actually he wanted to bring certain charges, but actually the Justice Department wouldn't let him. And they would make up all these lies about him. And then he would write a letter saying everything that Jim Jordan is saying is BS, basically. And then it would go another week or another few days, and the Republican Party would make up more lies about him. They wouldn't let him prosecute this case. Merrick Garland refused him special counsel privileges when he asked. And he had to say, no, actually, I have full authority over this investigation, as Merrick Garland has given me full range in all my decisions regarding this investigation about who to prosecute, when to prosecute, how to investigate. I have full privileges here. So, flash cut to recently where Merrick Garland, after this now months after Republicans, about 33 or 34 Senate Republicans, actually put their names, put their signatures, signed a letter demanding Merrick Garland make David Weiss special counsel, demanded it. And here is the top of the letter that they sent to Merrick Garland. And this is crystal clear what they were asking, okay? This is September 19, 2022. Dear Attorney General Garland, we, the undersigned, write to request that United States District Attorney David C. Weiss be extended special counsel protections and authorities to conduct the Hunter Biden investigation. And there are, like I said, 33 or 34 signatures of Senate Republicans on that document. The House of Representatives also sent their own document demanding that David Weiss be granted the special counsel privileges. So Merrick Garland on Friday goes, okay, David Weiss, you asked me on Tuesday. He asked David Weiss asked Merrick Garland last Tuesday. He said, Merrick Garland, Mr. Attorney General, can I have special counsel privileges in this probe? By Friday, these were granted by Merrick Garland. The announcement is made. And so obviously Republicans were super happy that they got what they asked for and moved on and said, thank you, Mr. Attorney General. This is great. No, of course not. They acted like they never ever asked for this, even though their name was signed to paper, literally in black and white, demanding that David Weiss be named special counsel of the investigation. And they went on a media blitz. Oh, this is a cover-up. That's my Ted Cruz creeping. Oh, this is a cover-up. Oh, cover-up. This is a collaboration between David Weiss and Hunter Biden, and they're working together.
You do a really good Ted Cruz. You do.
Yeah. If I knew it was coming, I might have practiced it beforehand, but it'll do for now. But the gaslighting first begins, on Twitter, because all these Republicans, they live on Twitter all day. So you have Marsha Blackburn taking to Twitter, and she writes, Merrick Garland appointed David Weiss as special counsel because he knows Weiss will protect Hunter. As you could see, the people watching, there was a community note, a fact check added on to her post, which said Marsha Blackburn was one of 34 Republican senators that specifically requested David Weiss be extended special counsel protections and authorities to conduct the Hunter Biden investigation. And as I said, it is written in black and white. You could see right here, folks, for those watching, Marsha Blackburn's signature on the document demanding, once again, we, the undersigned, write to request that United States District Attorney David C. Weiss, see, they put the middle initial in there, so they can't even say, it was a different David Weiss I was asking for. David C. Weiss be extended special counsel protections and authorities to conduct the Hunter Biden investigation. But, oh, Marsha, as if the fact check on her tweet and getting ratioed, which is when you get more replies to likes on your posts, as if that wasn't bad enough, her getting called out. And she knows she is lying here, and she knows that she asked for this. She had to then take it to the next level. It wasn't bad enough that she lied on Twitter or X or whatever the heck we are calling this app now. She had to go on television to express her disdain at the appointment that she asked for. Here is Marsha Blackburn on the propaganda network known as Fox.
And I think everyone knows David Weiss is not a prosecutor. He's not a special counsel. He is a collaborator. And the sweetheart deal that he had cooked up for Hunter Biden, now they're going to give him a sweetheart deal with a special counsel and run out the clock. So the American people can see through this, and they know what is going on. And Merrick Garland, he owes the American people better than to do something like this.
Yeah, why are these people like this? I mean, you know, the conduct is so transparently evil. It's so predatory. And you have a whole network in Fox built around this predatory laundering of lies day in, day out. And by the way, the dumbest lies. You just sent a letter not 10 years ago. You sent a letter last September, less than a year ago, asking for this to happen. It happened. The prosecutor who you asked for, who Donald Trump appointed, who is a Republican, said that he has never been restrained at all in anything and that he's always had full authority. This is someone who President Biden, if he wanted to, could have fired. It is routine for when a new president comes into office, they fire all of the former top prosecutors appointed by the prior administration. It would be normal if Biden came in and fired David Weiss. But because President Biden didn't even want the appearance of being near impropriety, he's like, I'm going to keep the Trump-appointed prosecutor who's going after my son based on investigation in 2018. I'm going to keep him as the top prosecutor in Delaware. I could fire him. It would be no problem, but I'm going to keep him on there. That is who the MAGA Republicans go, you know what? That guy, David Weiss, is a collaborator, basically now calling David Weiss a criminal. That David Weiss is a collaborator. And here is what is so important that I think we do here on the MeidasTouch Network. When we present the facts and the evidence, that is ultimately where the opinions are rooted in. Whereas MAGA Republicans jump first to the conspiracy theory, they say it loud over and over and over and over again. And for a long time, that was unchecked. Why? Because large media networks were like, well, we've got to platform that. That's another side. That's conservative. That ain't conservative. That's fascist. That's criminal. That's stupid. And we can call that out and we can say that. And that's the number one thing I hear when people watch the network, when we cover things like that. They're like, thank you. I'm sick and tired of the gaslighting. And the gaslighting is so deranged, as you just saw there. And Brett, you could probably do that, right? We could probably spend, while we wait to find out who the individuals were who were indicted.
Hey, heck, we got time to kill. Should we go through a couple more?
But we could go through. Do you have any, like, how many other people who signed? Every one of them signed it, and then they all went on, gave their coordinated messages. It is no different, their tactics, than the tactics used by Kim Jong-un and North Korea. It's no different than the tactics used by Putin. Just say it. Just say denazification over and over and over again. You know what? Wait a minute. The MAGA Republicans do say that. They got Putin's back. And the very first thing that MAGA Republicans want to do when there is a national tragedy like what took place in Maui is to all of a sudden use it to their political advantage, to ignore what's really going on. Did you see all of these videos that the MAGA Republicans did? Rather than saying, what can we do to help the people of Maui right away, which is what President Biden was doing, the MAGA Republicans showed like a highway in Ukraine, and then they showed the highway in Maui. And then they were like, you see here? Look what's going on in Ukraine and look what's going on in Maui. What are you even talking about? What kind of deranged, sicko, disgusting propaganda are you MAGA fools even trying to spew that way? And they do it over and over again. It's like, yeah, the same thing. You know, there's in East Palestine, right? There's the issue of the railroad that got derailed because of your freaking the regulations you removed. And then you basically like, yeah, nah, you know, whatever, you know, we didn't do it. President Biden this, President Biden that. It's constant stream of gaslighting over and over again.
And it's so intellectually dishonest. And I have to give the American people credit. Overwhelmingly, I do. I believe in this country. I believe in every citizen in this country that they are seeing through the BS that these Republicans continue to just spew every single day. Look no further than the midterms. Now, I'm not saying get complacent here, right? We got to run through this next election cycle because heck, it might be our last if it doesn't go our way. But in all seriousness, you have to give the American people a little bit of credit that they are seeing Marsha Blackburn go on Fox News and in that inflection in her voice and the Ted Cruz's of the world just spew these lies day in and day out. They are the party of Marjorie Taylor Greene. They are the party of Matt Gaetz. That is their stench. I live in Pennsylvania. I think y'all know that who listen to the podcast. I know a lot of Republicans. I know Republicans who voted for Trump in 2016. I know Republicans here who voted for Trump in 2020. And they look at what's going on right now and they said, hey, I can't be a part of this anymore. And look, maybe they won't admit their complicity in what happened in 16 and 2020 and the January 6th. And that's fine, right? As long as they could eventually come and see the light, they need a soft landing spot here when they could finally come through and see the truth. And I think that's what we can offer here at the MeidasTouch Network is that at the end of the day, what we pride ourselves on is that we just present you the facts. We present you the truth as it is. We don't gaslight our audience. And that's why I love when we, have a show like tonight with this massive audience that we're continuing to see week over week now, is that we are just unapologetically pro-democracy and this sort of independence that we have, that these large media networks, that they're beholden to these corporate donors and they have to say certain things. We don't have to do that. And we never will, because all we have to do is present the facts and the truth, because that's what our viewers, that's what y'all, the minority, want.
You know what it is, Jay? As we look at kind of the way these Republicans behave when tragedy strikes in our country, there is this sort of asymmetrical warfare, I guess you could call it, which is if there's a Republican in charge, if there's a Republican president, the Democrats always rush to say, how could I help? It's always, what could we do? We're here to vote for that bill to give aid. Let's help get this done. X, Y, and Z. Even the Republicans, when Donald Trump was saying infrastructure week, the Democrats were like, okay, let's do infrastructure week. They didn't say, I'm going to give Donald Trump a win, so I'm not going to do infrastructure week. They said, okay, let's do it. We're in. Donald Trump never did it. That's another story. But we see this time and time again with tragedy. I mean, you could go back to one of the most, the biggest memories for me, September 11th, when the entire country rallied around George W. Bush and the country in the aftermath of that attack. And his approval rating was in like the 90 percentile. Like, you can't even imagine that today. Ultimately, that sort of patriotism and that sort of unity, I feel, was weaponized against the American people by Republicans back then, by these bad actors, to further divide us, to lie to us, to strip away many of our freedoms. But I think it shows you, though, if a tragedy like that struck while a Democrat was president today, you would not see Republicans rush to President Biden's side and offer him support and say, we are all one, we are all Americans. They would use it as an opportunity to attack the country, to attack President Biden. And I think that is one of the major differences. And when it comes down to it, it's, do you want to act in good faith or do you want to act in bad faith? When a problem strikes, are you there to help solve that problem, or are you there to exploit the problem for your political gain? Republicans always choose the latter, time and time and time again. And frankly, it's always upsetting to see. Ben, I know you want to play this Chris Christie clip as we get the news out of Georgia. We have some Republicans out there willing to speak out. They are few and far between, but there is Chris Christie out, who, by the way, supported Donald Trump till the bitter end. Let's not forget. I'm not going to say I like Chris Christie. Let's be clear about that. Whenever we play a Chris Christie clip, I get a lot of people, oh, you love this guy. No, I'm not saying that. But I do like that he is a Republican who is out there on TV, who is speaking out and delivering Republican voters a much needed dose of truth unapologetically. And here was Chris Christie over the weekend on Trump's coming Georgia indictment, which is now being unsealed as we speak on this show. Here's Chris Christie.
More on Donald Trump, if you don't mind. With the special counsel, we had the judge in the election interference case have the first hearing. She's put this protective order on. She's also said that she will not let politics interfere with this case. Is that possible?
Well, let's first start, with what the judge said. I think it is impossible to not have politics inform some of this case. It's not a normal criminal case, and so politics is going to inform some of it. But I also think Donald Trump needs to be smart and careful about this, if that's at all possible, which is that he is a criminal defendant. John, let me remind the viewers out there, if he's indicted in Atlanta this week, as we're anticipating that he will be, we will have the front runner for the Republican nomination for president out on bail in 4 different jurisdictions: New York, Miami, Washington, and Atlanta. 4 different jurisdictions. He's out on bail. And when you're out, you get subject to certain restrictions. And the reason you're subject to those restrictions is because a grand jury has found there's probable cause that you've committed criminal acts. And there's not a presumption that you should stay out of jail at that point. And they put certain restrictions on you to stay out of jail. So I think all of these things are things people are going to have to process for the very first time in a presidential race. And what I think Republican voters have to ask themselves is 2 things. First, is he really the guy under indictment in 4 different cases, given the conduct that he committed, someone who can beat Joe Biden or any other Democrat in November 2024? And when are we going to stop pretending that this is normal?
Wow. I mean, powerful words there. And one of the things I liked over the weekend too, though, you had Democrats going on the offensive. You saw Democratic Congressmember Jamie Raskin basically saying, look, these MAGA Republicans over and over again are spreading lies. We're going to prepare a report that actually has evidence, and we're going to show all of the foreign government emoluments that Donald Trump and his family pocketed. We got this. Let's play this clip of Jamie Raskin from this weekend. Play the clip.
Look, whether or not it's criminal, whether or not it warrants special counsel status, are you concerned about this stuff?
Here's what I'm concerned about. During the Trump administration, we saw the development of a completely new public philosophy, which is that government is not an instrument of the common good and the public interest. Government is an instrument for private self-enrichment for the guy who gets in, for his family, for his private businesses. And that's a model that we're seeing all over the world.
But you don't approve of that model, obviously.
I do not.
You denounced that model.
That's what Putin is doing.
Trump, yeah.
That's what Orban is doing. That's what Marcos is doing. That's what El Sisi is doing. That's what
it's been going on since the dawn of mankind.
Well, but it's new for America that somebody would get in and basically just say, everything is corrupt and I'm just as corrupt as the next guy and I'm going to take money, as Trump did, from China, from Saudi Arabia, from the United Arab Emirates. I mean, look, son-in-law, Jared Kushner, pocketed a cool $2 billion
from Saudi Arabia.
And
in a corporation that created the Saudi portfolio in the White House. But what about Hunter?
So I am concerned about it, and I'm concerned not just about public officials like Donald Trump and Jared Kushner do it, but even family members who water ski along for the ride. And I have been, begging my colleague, Chairman Comer, for us to do a serious analysis of what the laws should be about money making.
And you would take part in a serious investigation?
Yes, of course we would. And we're going to release a report about all of the foreign government emoluments, millions of dollars we can document that Donald Trump pocketed at the hotels, at the golf courses, through business deals when he was president, and that his family got. But they've not laid a glove on Joe Biden as president. They haven't been able to show any criminal corruption on his part. What they've got is Hunter Biden, and we all seem clear that this guy was addicted to drugs and did a lot of really unlawful and wrong things. And we have said, let the justice system run its course. They're not saying that about Donald Trump.
Let the justice system run its course. That's only being discussed from one side. The Democrats. Let the justice system take its course. Let's focus on evidence. What are MAGA Republicans saying and doing? Well, this is from a few hours ago. This is MAGA Republican Scott Perry, who for all we know is in the indictment here. He's a co-conspirator, certainly, of Donald Trump. I don't think he's in this one, but Scott Perry had his, I think, phone received a search warrant. I mean, he was inextricably involved in the January 6th insurrection. But here he is just saying, you know what? We'll just go directly to trying to impeach President Joe Biden. Play the clip.
First of all, I just saw Greg Steube, your fellow Republican congressman, suggesting that there may be a way of bypassing an inquiry and going right to the articles of impeachment. Is that a possibility?
Well, sure, it's a possibility, and I think that the president has warranted it. But look, I would.
President, what are you talking about? What are you even? What world are you people living on? Let's just be very clear. If the MAGA Republicans said there were 17 audio recordings, and let's say they lied about 16 of them, but there was one audio recording of President Joe Biden when he was the vice president engaged in bribery, I would call that out. I would say that is bad. If it was a crime, I would say he should be prosecuted for it. But here's the thing. Fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 17 times. It ain't going to happen. When you lie about 17 audio recordings, when you lie about, oh, here's a whistleblower. Yeah, well, that whistleblower's dead. Okay, well, here's a whistleblower. Well, that whistleblower's missing. Well, we've got another whistleblower. Well, that whistleblower is a spy of China. Well, we think the fact that he's a spy makes him a more credible whistleblower. Well, he's also an Iranian weapons dealer as well as a Libyan arms dealer. Well, even more credible, even more credible. When they talk about Russian oligarchs as their whistleblowers, when they talk about conduct that they're infuriated about, and then you have to have a Democratic Congress member go to these people and go, April 2020, who was the president? I don't understand your question. Who was the president in April of 2020? Well, it's actually a very perplexing question. Who was the freaking president? Was Donald Trump the president? Joe Biden wasn't the president. Well, Joe Biden was running for office. Who was the president? When you engage in that conduct, that becomes an area where you just don't have the evidence. And then when you're a MAGA Republican and you're asked the question, should we have impeachment? You go, I hope so. I hope so. Those tactics are the opposite of what our Constitution stands for. And what we need to do is show Jamie Raskin saying, look, Hunter Biden, does that bother me? If he committed a crime, go after him. But he ain't Jared Kushner. He didn't receive $2 billion after running American foreign policy in the Middle East when he couldn't even get a security clearance. And the Crown of Saudi Arabia, MBS, said, I have him in my pocket. It wasn't even like a private statement. MBS was bragging that he has Kushner in his pocket and then showed it by giving Kushner $2 billion after he got a kill list from Kushner. Like, that happened. Okay. And the MAGA Republicans are like, yeah, but what we really care about is Hunter Biden dick pics. Okay. Have you seen this photo of Hunter? Have you seen this naked photo of Hunter Biden? It's like, what in the world are you talking about? Folks, though, we are here not to talk about MAGA Republicans and Hunter Biden, although I wanted to make sure we hit every issue from our podcast, which I think we successfully covered. But we are here to talk about the historic news out of Georgia. We are aware that 10 indictments moments ago were issued by a grand jury in Fulton County. We have the actual front cover, at least, or the back cover, showing that there was a certification. At least we don't have the underlying charges yet. We're waiting on those. That is Judge Robert McBurney right there, who you see is the Fulton County Superior Court judge who is presiding over the grand jury, who's presided over the special purpose grand jury. Donald Trump filed a motion to disqualify Judge McBurney. Like all of the judges, other than Judge Eileen Cannon, McBurney has been under attack by Donald Trump, who's made numerous defamatory statements about McBurney, the same way he did about Justice Arthur Engoron, the same way Trump has about Judge Juan Merchan, the same way Donald Trump has about Judge Lewis Kaplan, the same way Donald Trump has about Judge Beryl Howell, the same way Donald Trump has about Judge Tanya Chutkin, the same way that Donald Trump has about basically every...
That's like a theme, Ben. Is that what you're saying? I'm sensing
Here's the thing. Every judge in every jurisdiction, other than Judge Eileen Cannon, according to Donald Trump, every one of them, every single one of them, they don't have the answers. Every single prosecutor. The only person who possibly has them is the guy who's bankrupted every single thing he's touched his entire life, who's basically, failed his way up his entire freaking life, who lies about every single thing. And that is who the MAGA Republicans have appointed as their cult leader, now to be... This is the fourth criminal indictment. If you count the superseding indictment, that would be 5 indictments against Donald Trump in a very short period of time, all very serious allegations. And not only that, but Donald Trump was found liable by a jury of his peers in New York for engaging in a sexual assault, which the judge said meets the layman's term for what a rape would be, and that a jury found Donald Trump liable for that in connection with the E. Jean Carroll case in the past few months. That is who the MAGA Republicans are all in on. They love it. They love when he says his disgusting things. They love when he says he loves Kim Jong-un. They love when he praises Putin. They love when he attacks Ukraine. They love when he attacks any other Republican who doesn't worship him and calls them rhinos. You've got Lauren Boebert who goes, I'm going rhino hunting. Oh, I'm going rhino hunting, everybody. That's the MAGA Republican Party today. And it is something that is sad to see a major political party just completely lose all of its integrity, but that's where it's at. And now 2024 has become about America. You want to stay a democracy, or you want what Putin's got in Russia? Which one do you want? And as I say, and as we have a huge audience here tonight, I want to let everybody know, never call a MAGA Republican conservative. Do not call them conservatives. I know the media likes to say conservatives, and this is a liberal group. This is a liberal program. No, it's a pro-democracy program made up of liberals, progressive, people who aren't affiliated with political parties, independents, and actual conservatives. But ain't nothing conservative about what these MAGA Republicans are doing, turning their party into a cult, singing songs and supporting January 6th insurrections and terrorists, calling for the abolition of the DOJ and the FBI and essentially every other government entity. These MAGA Republicans who want government to control women's bodies. They want government to tell you who you can love. They want government to burn books. That ain't small government at all. And then when they say, oh, states' rights, and then the state wants to vote on something, what do MAGA Republicans do? Well, actually, we need a referendum to make it now 60%. We need a supermajority right now.
Yeah, they constantly attack democracy itself. And as we're getting updates, I just want to update everybody also from some reporting from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Tamar Hollerman, who's been, on this beat very closely, she's reporting this, which I think is actually quite interesting and important information for our listeners. She says, we at the AJC are skeptical of the cover page people are citing to report that the Fulton County grand jury handed up 10 indictments in the Trump case tonight. I'm going to put up that cover sheet once again, showing the 10 indictments presented to the court. Hollerman goes on to say, if you look at today's Fulton court document, you can see the grand jury handed up 2 other non-Trump case-related indictments today. So those could be 2 of the 10 on that cover page, if you look at the docket, rather. That includes, and then she gives the number, which is the case number that Reuters had reported earlier today from the clerk's website that was seemingly the Trump charges. That is now in the system as a state sex offender registry violation case, so a different case entirely. Summarizing her statements, she writes, it's possible there's only one elections-related indictment tonight in Fulton, but it would presumably be a large one with many defendants. So as we wait for the unsealing of these indictments, we will have more clarity there, but always important to bring the most up-to-date information and reporting. And the Atlanta Journal-Constitution has been doing incredible work as the local news outlet on the ground there in Fulton County, covering every bit of this. So stay tuned for more updates, but that is the latest, because like we were reporting before on the show, when you hear 10 indictments, 20 indictments, 1 indictment, whatever it is, that's not necessarily the amount of defendants who are behind those indictments. It could be 1 indictment with as many defendants as you could possibly imagine. So we do not yet know how many defendants there are. There could be 1 defendant per charge, right? Or per indictment, but there could also be numerous defendants being charged with these under the same indictment. So we will definitely keep you posted on this. And we're just seeing, as to go on your point, Ben, we're seeing these blatant attacks on democracy across the country, and they are just so blatant with it. You referenced the changing of the rules to try to get the supermajority in Ohio so that they could prevent the voters from deciding whether or not they wanted to enshrine abortion into the state constitution. And that was resoundingly rejected by voters in Ohio. But we are seeing this in states across the country. If you look right now in Wisconsin, you have Janet Protasewicz. She's a pro-democracy judge who shifted the balance of the courts in Wisconsin. And coming before the courts at some point, there are going to be these cases regarding the state's gerrymandered maps, which heavily favor the Republican Party. If you remember, she won this Wisconsin State Supreme Court race in an absolute landslide this spring. So now that she's on the bench, what do the Republicans want to do? Well, they want to do the same thing that they're trying to do with Biden and Kamala Harris and everybody in the Biden administration. They want to impeach her. Why? Just because she's a pro-democracy judge who won. They want to impeach her.
And she threatens their gerrymandering, and she threatens their agenda where they want to control a woman's right to control her own body. And those 2 issues, they're waiting on her to make rulings. And if she rules against their gerrymandering schemes, their unlawful gerrymandering schemes, because remember, she can tilt the balance on that court with her vote and strike down their gerrymandering. And she would also likely strike down all of their unlawful plots to control women's bodies, which they desperately want to do. That's what they say they're going to impeach her as well.
You know, you want to talk about democracy real quick and about Republicans pretending that they care about the voice of the people. If we go back to that Ohio, how they wanted the supermajority to shoehorn that in. I mean, honestly, look no further than Jim Jordan's district, what that looks like. They don't care about making this a fair playing field for folks to actually have their voice heard, these Republicans. What they're trying to do is just basically rig the system. And then finally, when they don't get their way, because people across this country are waking up and saying, hey, Jim Jordan, no. Hey, MAGA Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene, no. You sound and look crazy. And by proxy, y'all are making us look crazy. So no, we don't want that type of fascism anymore. We don't want that type of ideology anymore. Just get away from us. They try and again change the rules, but people are waking up to that. And I just got to say, man, this modern day Republican Party, like, ask yourself right now, the folks who are watching, all 28,000 of y'all, look in the mirror. You know, one of these days, you're going to have to speak to yourself. You're going to have to speak to a grandchild, a kid of yours. And they're going to ask you, where did you stand in this pivotal moment of history? Did you stand with the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and the Donald Trumps and the Jim Jordans and the Matt Gaetz who are trying to overthrow our democracy? Or did you stand with a group that are just unapologetically pro-democracy and that the values that you espouse truly are representative of this country? I have this flag behind me, not to be performative, but because these MAGA Republicans have taken away a symbol that means so much to me, that means so much to all of us, by just totally bastardizing what it means to wave the American flag for their own personal gain. They wrap themselves in the American flag, and yet they hate you. And they're trying to line their pockets with money as they take your rights away. And I say no. And we all say no. And so just ask yourself, where do you stand ultimately? And I think y'all stand with us in the unapologetically pro-democracy causes.
The MAGA Republicans already lining up right now to attack the Fulton County District Attorney, Fani Willis. We're going to bring you some of their reactions in a bit, like Ted Cruz, who is attacking the indictments by the grand jury. He hasn't read them yet. Okay, nobody has read them yet. We can speculate what they are about, but that should also show you how much nonsense this is in the MAGA Republicans, just to attack this without even reading it. They don't care what it says, right? I mean, Ted Cruz is out there talking about how the Barbie movie is actually a secret Chinese communist plot to try to take over America. I mean, I'm not making that up. That is what Ted Cruz is arguing. The MAGA Republicans are spending their time spreading deranged conspiracies about gas stoves. They're super creepy and talking about bathrooms. They wake up, this bathroom, that bathroom, and who's using this bathroom? Like, that's all they think about. They're talking about Mr. Potato Head every day, and they're talking about the green M&M and Dr. Seuss. I mean, these are the people, and they're out there right now, you know, talking about, I'm pissed. We've never indicted a former president before. Well, Donald Trump committed serious crimes, and not like super secret ones that like we didn't know about. Like, he did it in front of us, like objective data that we can all see. And he continues to commit crimes. I'm going to show you a clip in a little bit of Ted Cruz where he goes, I'm pissed. You know, tough guy, Ted Cruz. I'm pissed. You know what makes me very pissed? I get pissed when Donald Trump is threatening witnesses. So, Ted Cruz, you went to Harvard Law, yet you've used your law degree as a predator. You are a predator, Ted Cruz, and a freaking idiot now. You've squandered that degree to harm people. Because let me show you what you should be pissed about. Earlier in the day, Donald Trump threatening a Republican and a key witness against him that testified before the Fulton County grand jury today. That's what you should be pissed about. When you read a social media post by Donald Trump that says, I'm reading reports that failed former Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Jeff Duncan, will be testifying before the Fulton County grand jury. He shouldn't. I barely know him, but he was right from the beginning of this witch hunt a nasty disaster. Ted Cruz, that should make you pissed, because that right there is a crime. That is another crime of witness tampering. What should make you pissed is that the cult leader of the party, who's insulted your wife, who said that your dad killed JFK and says that you are also a serial killer. Yeah, that individual, he posted this. Why is phony, like perfect phone call, get it, Fawny Willis, the severely underperforming DA of Fulton County, who's being accused of having an affair with a gang member of a group that she is prosecuting, leaking my name regarding a grand jury. That should piss you off. It should piss you off that you have Donald Trump attacking a prosecutor and spreading lies that a prosecutor had sex with a gang member. That is a lie and an attack on law and order. And I think in a little bit, we'll have a statement. If it's up there, we can pull it up right now. This is a statement being issued by Donald Trump, which says, like Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, deranged Jack Smith, and New York Attorney General Letitia James, Fulton County, Georgia's radical Democrat District Attorney Fawny Willis is a rabid partisan who is campaigning and fundraising on a platform of prosecuting President Trump, he's not the president, through these bogus indictments. Ripping a page from crooked Joe Biden's playbook, Willis has strategically stalled her investigation to try and maximally interfere with the 2024 presidential race and damage the dominant Trump campaign. All these corrupt Democrat attempts will fail. Combined with the intentionally slow-walked investigations by the Biden-Smith goon squads and the false charges in New York, the timing of this latest coordinated strike by a biased prosecutor in an overwhelmingly Democratic jurisdiction not only betrays the trust of the American people, but also exposes true motivation driving their fabricated accusations. These are the rantings and ravings of a madman. That's what you're seeing in real time right here. And there's more. They could have brought this 2.5 years ago, yet they chose to do this for election interference reasons in the middle of President Trump's successful campaign. He is not only leading all Republicans by a lot, but he is leading against Joe Biden in almost every poll. That is false. Trump represents the greatest threat to these Democrats' political futures and the greatest hope for America. That sounds like Vladimir Putin right there. The legal double standard set against Trump must end. Under the crooked Biden cartel, there are no rules for Democrats, while Republicans face criminal charges for exercising their First Amendment rights. These activities by Democrat leaders constitute a grave threat to American democracy and are direct attempts to deprive the American people of their rightful choice to cast their vote for president. Call it election interference or election manipulation. It is a dangerous effort by the ruling class to suppress the choice of the people. It's an un-American and wrong. They are taking away Trump's First Amendment right to free speech and the right to challenge a rigged and stolen election that the Democrats do all the time. The ones who should be prosecuted are the ones who created the corruption. Trump will never give up and will never stop fighting for you as we all work to make America great again in 2024. Some real disturbing words right there by Donald Trump in the statement that he released, spreading lies about President Biden, spreading lies about the prosecutors, spreading lies about the process. You know, Fulton County District Attorney Fawny Willis engaged in a very diligent process. First, presenting evidence before a special purpose grand jury for about 8 months, then taking that report before a grand jury and presenting evidence there. Time, numerous witnesses who have provided testimony against Donald Trump. Donald Trump's closest allies and advisors at every step challenged what Fulton County District Attorney was doing when she would try to subpoena them. She had to go to court. Then there were appeals taken all the way up to the Supreme Court. Look at Lindsey Graham appealing all the way to the United States Supreme Court. All of these other Trump allies appealing in various state courts. Fawny Willis had to go into other states and file cases there to compel subpoenas that were issued out of Fulton County because people weren't cooperating. It took a lot of time to break through the lawlessness. The nearly $44 million in the past 6 months alone that Donald Trump's grifting political action group spent on legal defense fees, not just for himself, but for his allies, for his co-conspirators, for witnesses. I think Trump spent nearly close to $60 million on legal bills using his PAC. He's virtually bankrupted his political action committee and the money that he's grifted off of his supporters by spending it on legal bills and creating a web of conflicts of interest. But prosecutors like Fani Willis, like Jack Smith, attorney generals like Letitia James, like Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA, they've remained steadfast in the face of Donald Trump's obstruction and lawlessness. They've presented indictments before grand juries. It wasn't like they indicted on their own. Grand juries had to vote to indict. That is what took place in Fulton County. That is what took place in Manhattan. That is what took place in Washington, D.C. That is what took place in the Southern District of Florida. Donald Trump is engaging in heinous crimes. By Donald Trump's own admission, where he tries to claim First Amendment, if you even just accept his defense, First Amendment, he is admitting that he violated his oath under the Constitution to protect and defend the Constitution and our democracy by saying what? That he believed he had a First Amendment right to undermine the election. I mean, a special counsel, Jack Smith, basically said, yeah, Donald Trump had the right to lie, same way we have the right under the First Amendment to criticize Donald Trump for lying. But what Donald Trump could not do is weaponize those lies into a conspiracy to undermine a free and fair election, to try to throw out votes, to try to demand that votes were manufactured so that Trump would win when in fact my dogs are barking, when in fact President Biden won. My dogs are equally as upset as I am.
Hey, we're going to just have to put you on mute for a second there, B, but that's how we know we do the show live. And I think we're actually, last time, 25 new memberships away from unlocking that dark Brandon emoji. We're right there. Let's do it.
I'll just say this.
What?
And because we're the #1 news coverage right now in the world.
You don't get dogs in the other network.
For these, let the dogs bark when I'm ordering some food in so that I could stay up with you over the next few hours and we could cover this live. That's what Chaquito and Taquito wanted everybody to know. Let them bark. But Brett, we saw the conduct. Donald Trump threatening witnesses, threatening the prosecutor, threatening judges. I want to show you, though, one of the witnesses, Jeff Duncan, former Republican. Jeff Duncan's a Republican. If you're like these Meidas guys, these Meidas, if you want to buy into like what the right one, these liberals, that's pro-democracy. I'll show you a Republican in Jeff Duncan, the former Republican lieutenant governor. And so I want to show the video, Brett and Salty, where he's outside by his car right around the time he testified before the grand jury. After he was threatened by Donald Trump, I want to show you what he said, not the one of him walking, the one where he is by his car. If we've got that, let's play that clip in a moment once we pull up that clip. And then I want to show the one on CNN where Jeff Duncan went on there and also talked about how Donald Trump is an existential threat to our democracy. And this came just moments after Donald Trump earlier in the morning threatened him and said that Jeff Duncan shouldn't testify. Let me show you again, Republican, Lieutenant Governor of Georgia. Here he is, Republican. Play the clip.
You said this was a pivot point for the country as you came out of the room. What do you hope your testimony accomplished?
Well, I hope my testimony gets the facts, as they are, and helps to continue to paint a real and honest picture. But politically speaking, this is a pivot point for this country to do something more than just stew on the 2020 election cycle, right? We're either going to, as Republicans, take our medicine and realize the election wasn't rigged. Donald Trump was the worst candidate ever in the history of the party, even worse than Herschel Walker. And now we're going to have to pivot from there, right? We want to win an election in 2024. It's going to have to be somebody other than Donald Trump if we do it. So politically speaking, this is an important pivot point for our party, right? So go focus on the things that matter. To take this conversation to America, not to Twitter, not to 10-second sound bites, not to YouTube clips. This is taking this to the kitchen table. I think most Americans care about the economy. I think most Americans care about a porous border. I think most Americans care about national security and public safety. These are issues that we win as Republicans. As long as we make this about the three-ring circus called Donald Trump, we're going to lose every time. And you don't have to go any further than Georgia to see that play out.
What issues are, I mean this seriously though, at the end of it, like, I'm glad he's speaking out against Trump, but like, what is a Republican issue other than taking away a woman's right to control her body and telling people who they can marry? What is the Republican issue? Is the Republican issue deranged Jack Smith, deranged? Like what is there, like what do they even stand for? What do they do? Dr. Seuss, the Barbie movie is communism and gas stoves, everybody, gas stoves and public urination. I mean, what is that? I'm being serious.
Ben, it's such an excellent point, right? And it's why when I say this phrase, you guys laugh, but I mean, it's the MAGA hokey pokey that so many of these Republicans do. It's like they distance themselves from Trump, but only so much, right? They'll only go so far because they won't fall back on like, how can we help this country? No, then after they try and distance themselves from Trump for a little bit, they'll go, Barbie movie's gonna flop. Where's the M&Ms? Cancel M&Ms, to your exact point. So that's what the MAGA hokey pokey is. Even Mike Pence over the weekend, right? He couldn't say without certainty that he was not a MAGA Republican. He just avoided that question entirely, right? So when they dance around these issues, it's like, what does the Republican Party stand for? They stand for taking away people's rights. That's what it looks like.
Brett, we haven't heard from you in a while. Are you okay?
You all right, Brett?
I'm updating the website in the background. So,
by the way, I was putting out a meme earlier in my eyes. I realized I was like, I had some crazy eyes during the pop. I was working on. Well, this is how we run the operation here, folks. We got 30,000 people watching live. This is how we do it.
You know,
we have unlocked the dark Brandon emoji. We reached the 400.
Never underestimate the Meidas Mighty.
We've unlocked the 400 memberships. As we told people who are new to the Meidas Mighty, you know, we don't have outside investors here at the MeidasTouch network. So unlike, I guess, the competitors who we're beating in this coverage right now, who have billions of dollars, we fund this thing based on emojis and occasional ads here and there. And so the emojis do go a long way if you become a member of our YouTube page. Also, make sure you check out MeidasTouch.com. That is the new website that Brett is multitasking. It's not like we have an operation of dozens of people. It's a very small. There Brett is in action doing the update to MeidasTouch.com. But we've got some great writers, some great editors. We're going to be making some big announcements thanks to all of the support from the Meidas Mighty through the memberships and things like that. We were able to expand brick by brick, build out the website, MeidasTouch.com, and we want to keep expanding into other areas. And it's through your support that we do that. So you can become a member below. You can also check out patreon.com/MeidasTouch and become a member of our Patreon and get exclusive podcasts and first looks on our videos there as well. And remember to also check out store.MeidasTouch.com for the best pro-democracy gear, 100% made in the USA, 100% union made. So tell you where we are right now as it hits about 10:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Pacific, as my dogs are out there barking, as a delivery person just came in with some food. We are waiting for the indictment to finally be unsealed. We believe we will be able to reveal the names this evening of those who were indicted. We know that the grand jury has returned indictments. We know that they returned 10 indictments. That doesn't mean that all 10 indictments necessarily relate to the Trump criminal case. It could, but it doesn't mean that. It also doesn't mean 10 indictments equal 10 different people. It could be one indictment with multiple criminal defendants. And take you right there. That's Judge McBurney right now. Maybe we can, that was earlier today, I believe. Old footage right there. And what you're watching on that video clip right there is Judge McBurney from about an hour ago signing the certification of the indictments that issued. You see the clerk there. One of the things that I noted right away is that It's a lot of paperwork in the clerk's hands right there, as the clerk then went to the clerk's office for those documents to be unsealed. You see all the media in the room. They were waiting the entire day for that moment. Judge McBurney kind of jokingly said, "So, was it worth it? Was it worth you to wait for that?" That was the moment that they waited for right there, that you've all just seen. And now you see the reporters, you see us waiting for this indictment to be unsealed. We are waiting for Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis to hold a press conference to announce the charges that are being brought. We can speculate with a great degree of confidence what is going to be in this indictment. We believe it will be a sprawling RICO racketeering conspiracy counts against Donald Trump and his co-conspirators. We believe there will be crimes relating to the fake elector scheme. We believe there will be crimes relating to the theft of election data from Coffee County. We believe there will be crimes related to Donald Trump's threats of election officials like Republican Brad Raffensperger, the Georgia Secretary of State. We believe all of that will be in this indictment that was voted on just moments ago by a grand jury. Some explanation why the schedule was expedited. We believe that we thought originally it was going to be handed down on Tuesday, these indictments, but one reasoning, which I believe, is Donald Trump really escalated his threats. He really escalated his threats in the past 24 hours against the Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, against witnesses. And I think it was reaching a point where it was really harming the safety and security of witnesses. I think when we see Fani Willis, I'm speculating here, but I suspect I'm right, asked, why was it that you expedited these proceedings the way that you did? Wasn't this supposed to go on Tuesday? I think she's going to say that the threats were a major reason for it. So what will happen next? As we've seen before, the next step after an indictment issues is there is a process called an arraignment. During an arraignment, a criminal defendant enters their plea, whether it's guilty or not guilty. What is going to be different here, though, than what we've seen before is that Judge McBurney, who you saw on screen there moments ago, has already made it clear, at least at this point, that he is going to allow cameras in the courtroom, that the trial would be televised, that all of the proceedings would be televised. In federal court, there are rules against cameras in the courtroom dating back 100+ years. It's so anachronistic. It's so outdated. It shouldn't be that way, but there's no cameras allowed in federal courts. There are some trial studies being done in civil cases, but it's not allowed. Certain Democrat members of Congress have requested cameras in the courtroom in the federal cases to the administrator of the federal court system, but I just want to be real with you. It's not going to be granted. Federal courts do not allow cameras in the courtroom. But in Georgia state court, cameras are allowed, and cameras should be allowed. And it would be rare for cameras not to be allowed in a case like this in the public interest. So we're actually going to get to see the arraignment take place. Not photographs, not sketches. We will see the arraignment. And what also makes Georgia interesting is that the burden will be on Donald Trump to say why he should be released, why he as a criminal defendant should not be placed in jail. The burden is on Trump to show, for example, that he has not threatened witnesses, that he will not pose a threat. His lawyers have to affirmatively make that argument themselves. The presumption doesn't cut the other way. The presumption is that Trump should go into jail, and Trump has to make the argument why he shouldn't, why he isn't a threat, why he isn't threatening witnesses. I think Andrew Weissman, former top federal prosecutor, and really appreciate his work and commentary, I think he said it best when he discussed the unique issues when it comes to bail in the state of Georgia that Trump is going to have to confront. And we're all going to get to see it live together here on the MeidasTouch Network and on MeidasTouch.com. Let's take a look at what Weissman said earlier in the day. Play the clip.
And then the final point, Nicole, which may sound a little out of left field, is bail. Now, we have seen the former president get bail in Manhattan, in Florida, and in D.C. We have also seen the former president continue to make statements that, at least arguably, are obstruction of justice or intimidating witnesses. Why is that important? Because in Georgia, the statute that may apply here, depending on what is charged, is one where the presumption is one that the defendant has the burden of rebutting. In other words, it's on the defendant to show that he will not commit crimes, that he's not a risk of flight. And let me just give you the exact words, because this is the provision that the court has to find to release somebody on bail in Georgia, which is that the defendant poses no risk of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstructing the administration of justice. That poses no risk of intimidating witnesses. To me, that is going to be, for a judge who is going to treat Donald Trump or anyone else like any other defendant, that could be a problem, because just today we saw a continuation of the attacks on the D.C. federal judge, and even Truth Social saying that Jeff Duncan, the former lieutenant governor, should not comply with the grand jury subpoena in Georgia. You can't tell a witness not to comply with a grand jury subpoena unless there's some legal ability to do that. But that's not what the former president did. So it'll be interesting to see how the judge deals with bail as we go forward.
I am definitely interested to see how the judge is going to be dealing with bail. But the good news, again, is that we are all going to be able to watch that live. We'll be able to make up our minds based on what we see, based on facts, based on evidence, which is most important. I have no doubt that Fani Willis, a no-nonsense district attorney, known as one of the top trial lawyers in Georgia before becoming the Fulton County district attorney, I think she's going to bring up these threats to Judge McBurney. And she's not going to be afraid to show the types of statements that Donald Trump has made, even over the past 24 to 48 hours, attacking judges, attacking prosecutors. And, you know, I know that special counsel Jack Smith in his federal cases has not asked for Donald Trump to be detained yet. I know he hasn't asked for that because he also realizes that with Donald Trump out there and talking and saying things, the more Donald Trump is out there, the less Trump looks like a martyr to his own kind of cult. And the more deranged things that Trump is saying, it just builds the case against him. You know, in criminal cases where someone like Donald Trump, a criminal defendant, would normally invoke the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. You don't get depositions against criminal defendants. Normally the criminal defendant just shuts up. They stay silent. Their lawyer does the talking in briefs, but they don't go out there and give speeches and rallies and events and make posts basically every hour on social media, threatening judges, threatening prosecutors, admitting to crime, saying more deranged things. You know, those posts, those social media posts constitute major pieces of evidence that have already and will continue to be introduced against Donald Trump. So that's why special counsel Jack Smith was like, just let him talk. But I wonder if Fani Willis, Fulton County district attorney, is going to do the same, or she's going to say, you know what, we are, I could picture, because she is just so no nonsense, for her to say, no, we're treating him like everybody else. And we, the people, are requesting that he be detained. And here's why, because let's face it, if you actually apply the requirements, if you apply what Donald Trump would have to prove not to be detained, it's an easy case to detain him. He is continuing to engage in threats. He's continuing to commit other crimes, all the reasons why you would detain somebody before trial. And it will certainly be interesting to see what what she is going to request. Again, the good news is that is all going to be live. And so this morning there were about 10 witnesses before the grand jury. 10 witnesses, and that was supposed to take place over 2 days. We thought the indictments were going to come tomorrow, but Fani Willis, I think because of the threats, there was also that fake document that went on the docket. She pushed this all through, brought all of the witnesses in. Things started moving very, very quickly. We thought earlier in the day the indictment was going to drop even before the afternoon here. But the day proceeded. She brought in more witnesses, and now we're at the point where we know the grand jury has voted to indict. We don't yet know who. We don't know the charges yet. I want to show you, though, some of the comments. I showed you what actually a principled Republican in Jeff Duncan is saying, someone who I probably vehemently disagree with on a lot of issues, but when it comes to democracy, when it comes to just talking about facts about elections, I definitely agree with, and I appreciate his courage. I want to show you Ted Cruz now, someone who I don't respect even a little bit, someone who is using his platform to spread lies and hate and division in this country. Let me show you what it is that Ted Cruz just said moments ago, as MAGA Republicans are all lining up to spread their lies over and over again on behalf of their Führer, on behalf of their cult leader. Play the clip.
But you asked what my reaction is. I'm pissed. I'm pissed at these over and over and over again. If there are indictments tonight, it'll be the fourth indictment of Donald Trump. This is disgraceful. Our country is over 200 years old. We have never once indicted a former president or a candidate and a leading candidate for president. And this is Joe Biden and this is the Democrats weaponizing the justice system because they're afraid of the voters. This is disgraceful. It is wrong, and it is an abuse of power by angry Democrats who have decided the rule of law doesn't matter to them anymore.
Yeah, well, you haven't even read the indictment. Yeah, you haven't even seen it. And by the way, you also saw with your own eyes what took place on January 6th. Imagine being there. We all saw it on TV. Imagine being there. But the issue is Cruz is like a co-conspirator. I know he's going to claim immunity and say, oh, it's speech or debate clause immunity. You can't prosecute me. I'm just doing my investigation. But he was part of the plot. He was part of the plot to delay the certification of the electoral votes that was connected to Georgia when Georgia sent its fake electors to former Vice President Pence. Ted Cruz was in on it. Ted Cruz was in on it. And that's what he goes, I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I wasn't pissed when Donald Trump attacked my wife. I wasn't pissed when Donald Trump attacked my dad. I wasn't pissed when he called me lying Ted Cruz and attacked me. I wasn't pissed at all of that. I wasn't pissed at the insurrectionist. I wasn't pissed at the domestic terrorist. I wasn't pissed at the attempt to overthrow our democracy. Really? That's not what pissed you off is Law and Order prosecutors holding Donald Trump accountable, a man who belittled you and taunted you and basically called you a piece of crap.
Went after his wife, his father, Ben, to your other points. I mean, at a certain point, this stench will always stay with the Ted Cruzes, everybody who's bent the knee so quickly to Donald Trump. That stench will never come off of them.
Yep.
They have showed their cards. It will follow them around the rest of their lives, and that will be what they're ultimately known for. This guy attacked your wife, Ted. This guy attacked your father. And what do? You go on TV and you defend him. Where's your honor? And you know what? I say that sarcastically, Ted, because you don't have any honor. You are a pathetic coward, Ted Cruz. Pathetic coward who has no place in this country to be in any position of government.
I want to remind everybody to check out MeidasTouch.com, the new home for all things MeidasTouch. I want to remind you to check out store.MeidasTouch.com as well. When we get the full indictment, we will post it immediately to MeidasTouch.com. It's a great way to follow along with everything that we talk about here on the podcast, on the MeidasTouch network. Make MeidasTouch.com your homepage and check in on it every day as many times as you'd like to get the most up-to-date breaking news. And moments ago, you had Alina Habba and Matt Schlapp, who's been accused by a Republican aide of sexually assaulting him in a lawsuit that was filed. And you have Alina Habba, who was sanctioned close to $1 million by a federal judge in the Southern District of Florida for filing a frivolous lawsuit against Hillary Clinton and about 31 other individuals in a frivolous RICO and racketeering case. She knows nothing about what she's talking about. Probably one of the dumbest lawyers ever to live. Not even sure how she has a legal license, quite frankly. And when we talk about MAGA, when you see people like Schlapp and Alina Habba, always know that MAGA is kind of the intersection between fascism and idiocracy. And there's fortunately more idiocracy than the fascism, but there's a ton of fascism. They're just idiocracy, so overwhelming. I want you to watch Schlapp and Habba right now. Let's play this clip.
Donald Trump's a very famous, powerful, wealthy man. But behind Donald Trump, the DOJ is doing this to hundreds of Americans across this country for all kinds of woke, anti-American reasons.
Yeah.
You know, the FBI, it's been proven, has an effort to go after traditionalist Catholics. They're going after parents if you want to teach your kids that there are two genders. They're going after anybody in the energy business. They're trying to make everything we do in this country to be productive criminal. And so behind Donald Trump, who's this big, strong, amazing guy, he might be the most unique person I've ever had the privilege to deal with because he's strong, he's got broad shoulders, but there's a lot of people behind him who are more brittle. And this is a moment where we have to stand up for the Constitution, and we all have to stand with Donald Trump. And for all these Republicans running against him, and for all this internecine fight we have within our party, we better get together pretty soon, because it's the future of our very country, our very Constitution that's at stake in this outrageous courtroom in Georgia, in New York City, in Washington, D.C., and all these indictments we're seeing.
Just to be clear, he was accused of sexually assaulting a male Republican aide as part of the lawsuit. You hear him talking about there. It was very weird to listen to that. And I hear people in the chat basically saying like people like, okay, Ben, we want you to curse. I don't do the cursing here. There are other hosts who do the cursing. Occasionally I come very close and I get worked up and I curse. But that's just some really weird stuff right there. It's dangerous, but it's also very weird.
Well, just when you enter into that territory, Ben, of when you're talking about a former president and you start to comment on them, they're big, strong. He's a big, strong, amazing guy. He's the most amazing person I ever met. Look at those big, broad shoulders of his. I mean, that's cult territory right there. That's not a sane person speaking, and it's just so disturbing to look at any politician and just cast that sort of grand, just, I don't know, gestures and compliments at someone like that. It's beyond
broad shoulders. He's so strong. Have you looked at his chest? It's like, okay, that's just
so weird.
Weird.
And I know I've been away for a little bit. I've been working hard in the background.
How's MeidasTouch.com looking?
It's looking incredible. Honestly, we have the greatest team, and we're doing such good work, and we have so many good stories in the pipeline that we are working on. But like this, just to show you how brazen they are with their criminality and how ridiculous they are with their responses, Ben's gonna love this one. So, who does Sean Hannity have on Fox News tonight? Sean Hannity books Paul I don't want to say basically, but they booked Paul Manafort to go on Hannity tonight to talk about how the justice system was weaponized. And for those who remember, Paul Manafort convicted in 2 federal courts, stood trial, charges of tax and bank fraud. This guy was convicted of a conspiracy to defraud the United States, convicted of witness tampering. Like, this is who Fox has on to talk about the weaponization of the Justice Department when it comes down to it. And it's pretty obvious. And when you see somebody like a Matt Schlapp go on TV to talk about the weaponization of the Justice Department, or when you see some of these former Democrats, often we see this bizarre shift. Once they are convicted of crimes, they kind of turn into these MAGA figures. I'm thinking of Rod Blagojevich, off the top of my head, the former governor of Illinois. But Rod Blagojevich, Democratic governor of Illinois, he gets in trouble. He goes to jail. He becomes full on MAGA. Why? Because in MAGA, it doesn't matter if you commit crimes. Remember, he was the guy who was trying to sell his Senate seat or Obama's Senate seat. It doesn't matter if you commit crimes because MAGA forgives all that as long as you pledge allegiance to the cult leader. So what you have seen now is a series of people who throughout their life have committed crimes, are at the point where they have to face the consequences of those crimes, probably aren't being booked on TV as experts, aren't getting those big TV deals, those big book deals, all the stuff that they got going on. So they feel like, I've got one move here. And in the case of like a Rod Blagojevich, they go, okay, I'll just go MAGA because they don't care if I committed crimes. All I got to do is say, weaponization of the government, Donald Trump, they're all out to get me, wah, wah, wah. And these people will love me. So when you see that, when you're like, I don't understand, that guy was a Democrat, that guy was this, that, how is he supporting Trump now? I don't understand this. And then you realize that it's just a criminal racket. Speaking of racketeering charges, it all kind of makes sense. I mean, doesn't it, guys?
It absolutely makes sense. I think when you say that, I think about that guy, Forgadio Blow. He's like the MAGA rapper. And so here's someone, his name is Kurt Jantz, who was like a failure, like the worst rapper imaginable. It's like, I go to school. You are a fool. But then all he has to do at the end of it goes, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is the best. And then it's like, okay, MAGA like buys all this, like you're a MAGA rapper now.
Yeah.
That's what
you missed the rhyme. Marjorie Taylor Greene is cool would have been with the rhyme scheme, but I guess he's a bad rapper.
He's such a bad rapper.
You see with actors too who have dying careers. It's like the guy that was in Passion, who just released the movie. I'm not even going to give him any publicity, but he goes on all the Fox Newses of the world and he just tries to grift off the MAGA audience.
I agree. I want to talk about what Schlapp said though. When you break it down, and this is where evidence-based system, like here at the MeidasTouch Network, I show you, okay, here's the documents, here's the audio recording, here is the data. Okay, Schlapp, show me an example where the DOJ, by the way, President Biden is Catholic. Show me the example where the DOJ has done a woke prosecution. Which one is that? I seem to have missed the woke prosecution. Where was that? Was there someone anti-woke who got prosecuted? Who is that? Was that's an oath keeper? Oh, you believe that was a woke prosecution, prosecuting an oath keeper or a 3%er or a white nationalist who was involved in the January 6th insurrection? Oh, that was woke for you, and what, singing songs with the January 6th insurrectionists, like that makes sense to you? Find me an example where the Department of Justice prosecuted someone because they are Catholic. Find me an example. Oh, is the example that you're talking about somebody who was like a religious extremist who was trying to bomb a school or like wanted to bomb, a federal and FBI building? Oh, is that the one that you're talking about? Okay, we are just getting news right now. We'll bring it to you minute by minute, moment by moment. We believe that the indictment has now officially dropped, that it just dropped. We will now be awaiting Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis to make post-indictment remarks. We still don't have any numbers or names at this point. Okay, now
I am seeing some names now coming through, Ben. I'm seeing some names coming through. Do you have them as well?
To Donald Trump, Jeff Clark, Misty Hampton, Michael Roman, David Schaefer. Let's take a look at some of these names coming up. Of course, Misty Hampton, the election officials, Coffee County, Jeff Clark, the DOJ official, Michael Roman, who was involved in the fake elector scheme, David Schaefer, fake elector. So we are going to keep getting you all of this information as we speak, but it's dropping. We can now officially confirm here on the MeidasTouch Network that Donald Trump is officially named as a criminal defendant in the Fulton County District Attorney's indictment voted on by the grand jury, as well as co-defendant Jeff Clark, co-defendant Misty Hampton, co-defendant Michael Roman, co-defendant David James Schaefer. We will be bringing you more names as well.
And I have some more names for you right now. Sean Tresher Still, Stephen Cliffgard Lee, Harrison William Prescott Floyd, David James Schaefer. You said already, we are getting all these names out here. And there was one indictment related to the Trump election case. The reporting of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution proves to be right. One indictment related to the Trump election case, which involves multiple defendants, with all of these defendants falling under that one indictment.
And the names again that we have so far: Donald Trump, Jeff Clark, Sean Still, Stephen Lee, Harrison Floyd, Misty Hampton, Michael Roman, David Schaefer. And your names being called here, unlike a graduation, is not a good thing. It means you've just been indicted. And here are the counts as they relate to Donald Trump. If we can pull these up as well. Pull up these right now. Violation of the Georgia RICO Racketeering, Influence, and Corruption Act, a serious felony. Solicitation of violation of oath by public officer. Conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer. Conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree. Conspiracy to commit false statements and writings. Conspiracy to commit filing false documents. Conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree. Conspiracy to commit false statements and writings. Filing false documents. Solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. False statements and writings. Solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. False statements and writings. Those are the charges, folks, all serious felonies or felonies. And then we see the dates of the crimes next to them as well, which will tell us on or around the time where the crimes were committed. So we know the individuals now. We know the charges against Donald Trump. We will be bringing you more when we have the actual indictment, which is the next piece of information that will be dropped. And here it is as well, folks. Let me just take a look at this document.
And there's another name on here, a big one, Ben. A big one is on here. Here is the indictment, the front page of the indictment. The state of Georgia versus Donald John Trump, Rudolph William Lewis Giuliani, John Charles Eastman, Mark Randall Meadows, Kenneth Chesebro, Jeffrey Clark, Jenna Ellis, Ray Smith III, Robert David Chile, Michael A. Roman, David James Schaefer are listed on this indictment now coming out of the Fulton County Superior Court. Big names that pop out to me immediately. Obviously, Trump, Giuliani, Eastman, Meadows, Chesebro, Clark, Ellis. Those are massive, massive names to be reporting on this indictment filed tonight in the Fulton County Superior Court. Wow, wow, wow. This is big news, folks, that we are all witnessing together here on the MeidasTouch Network. And thank you for trusting us to bring you this news, this breaking news. We are expecting Fani Willis, the Fulton County District Attorney, to speak shortly. They have a little area set up for her to speak. And so we will be keeping our eye on that to see if there's a photo of it. Thank you, Salty. To see if District Attorney Fani Willis, when District Attorney Fani Willis comes out. But this just in out of Fulton County, Georgia, the state of Georgia versus Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Mark Meadows, Ken Chesebro, Jeff Clark, Jenna Ellis, Ray Smith III, Robert David Chile, Michael A. Roman, David James Schaefer. Massive, massive news on August 14th, 20.
I mean, and there's more on the list as well. So as we start digging through some of these other names as well, in addition to that cover page, there seems to be a bunch of other additional co-defendants. Brett, that's definitely the headline right there as well with those individuals. But we're talking about serious felonies. We don't yet have the actual indictment.
I just got it.
You just got it?
Just got in there, and there are more names too on the second page. That was the first page. Let's see if any other names stand out to me on the second page. We see some of the names that we gave before: Sean Tresher Still, Stephen Cliffgard Lee, Harrison William Prescott Floyd, Trevian Cutty, Sydney Catherine Powell. That's Sidney Powell is on the indictment. That's important to note there. I think all you know, the Kraken. Sidney Powell, Kathleen Alston Latham. Kathy Latham was the woman who did the breach of the Coffee County area and allowed the Trump people to have access to the voting machines, breach the voting machines. In the footage, we showed that on a hot take earlier today. Scott Graham Hall and Misty Hampton all listed here, and the counts just go down and down and down. It looks like there are 41 counts on this indictment. This is a sprawling 98-page indictment, folks. A sprawling indictment coming out of the Fulton County Superior Court.
And Brett, if you can, while I go through it right now, let's post it on MeidasTouch.com so that everybody watching can follow along with us at MeidasTouch.com. Let's get that posted immediately on MeidasTouch.com. Let's pull up the indictment so that everybody can see it as in real time. Let's go through this document together in real time. But official Trump has been indicted in Fulton County, Georgia, along with numerous co-conspirators and some big names as well. We're going to go through this document together right now. Let's not just give you opinions and this and that. Let's take a look at this document. Looking at the defendants here and the co-defendants, you've got Trump, you've got Giuliani, you've got John Eastman, you got Mark Meadows, you got Ken Chesbrough, you got Jeff Clark, you've got Jenna Ellis, you've got Ray Smith III, you've got Robert David Cheeley, you've got Michael Roman, you've got David James Schaefer, a total of 18 others charged in Georgia in connection with the efforts to overturn. 18 others, if you're keeping track. Sean Mika Treasure Still, Stephen Clifford Lee, Harrison William Prescott Floyd, Trevian Cutty, Sidney Catherine Powell, Kathleen Latham, Scott Graham Hall, and Misty Hampton, also known as Emily Misty Hayes. We see 41 separate counts here as well. And as we go down this indictment, let's take a look at it together as we look at the different counts. Salty, let's turn to page 10 together. Donald Trump, 18 other co-defendants charged. We've got 41 separate counts right here. Let's keep those numbers in mind right here. Count 1 is the violation of the Georgia RICO Racketeering Act. Count 2, solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. False statements and writings. Solicitation of violation of oath by public officer. Multiple counts. Count 7, false statement and writings. Count 8, impersonating a public officer. Conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer. Forgery in the first degree. Conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree. False statements and writings. Conspiracy to commit false statements and writings. Criminal attempt to commit filing false documents. Conspiracy to commit filing false documents. Forgery in the first degree. Conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree. False statements and writings. Conspiracy to commit false statements and writings. Criminal attempt attempt to commit influencing witnesses, criminal attempt to commit false statements in writing, solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer, false statements in writings, filing false documents, solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer, false statements in writings, conspiracy to commit solicitation of false statements in writings, influencing witnesses, conspiracy to commit election fraud, conspiracy to commit computer theft. No doubt that is about the Coffee County theft. Conspiracy to commit computer trespass. No doubt that is about the Coffee County computer trespass. Conspiracy to defraud the state. Solicitation of violation of oath by public officer. False statements in writings. False statements in writings. Perjury. No doubt that when Judge Robert McBurney looked at this document, now that you see this document, there was a reason he kind of looked at it and was like, whoa. He didn't say that, but when he looked at this document, he knew that he was holding on to something that was even far more powerful than I think any legal analyst had ever predicted. You go into, on page 15, it talks about the RICO racketeering enterprise. And it talks about, at all times relevant to this count of the indictment, the defendant, as well as others not named as defendant, unlawfully conspired and endeavored to conduct and participate in a criminal enterprise in Fulton County, Georgia, and elsewhere. Defendants: Donald J. Trump, Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Mark Meadows, Ken Chesborough, Jeff Clark, Jenna Ellis, Ray Smith III, Robert Chieli, Michael A. Roman, David Schaefer, Sean Tresher Still, Stephen Clifford Lee, Harrison Prescott Floyd, Trevian Cuddy, Sidney Powell, Kathy Latham, Scott Hall, Misty Hampton, and unindicted co-conspirators individual 1 through individual 30. So there could be up to 30 unindicted co-conspirators in this as well. And others known and unknown to the grand jury constituted a criminal organization whose members and associates engaged in various related criminal activities, including but not limited to false statements and writings, impersonating a public officer, forgery, filing false documents, influencing witnesses, computer theft, computer trespass, computer invasion of privacy, conspiracy to defraud the state, acts involving theft and perjury, a criminal organization led by Donald Trump. This criminal organization constituted an enterprise as that term is defined by Georgia law, Criminal Code Statute 16-14-3 sub 3. That is a group of individuals associated. In fact, the defendants and other members and associates of the enterprise had connections and relationships with one another within the enterprise. The enterprise constituted an ongoing organization whose members and associates function as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of the enterprise. The enterprise operated in Fulton County, Georgia, elsewhere in the state of Georgia, in other states, including but not limited to Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and in the District of Columbia. The enterprise operated for a period of time sufficient to permit its members and associates to pursue its objectives. And then it goes through the manner and method of the enterprise, talking about how members of the enterprise and several of the defendants appeared at hearings in Fulton County, Georgia, before members of the Georgia General Assembly on December 3rd, 2020, December 10th, 2020, and December 30th, 2020. At these hearings, members of the enterprise made false statements concerning fraud in the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election. The purpose of these false statements was to persuade Georgia legislatures to reject the lawful electoral votes cast by the duly elected and qualified presidential electors from Georgia. Then it talks about false statements to and solicitation of high-ranking state officials. And it talks about how members of this criminal enterprise made false statements in Fulton County and elsewhere in the state of Georgia to Georgia officials, including the governor, the Secretary of State, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Members of the enterprise also corruptly solicited Georgia officials, including the Secretary of State and the Speaker of the House, to violate their oaths to the Georgia Constitution and to the United States by unlawfully changing the outcome of the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election. Creation and distribution of false electoral college documents. It talks about how members of the enterprise, including several of the defendants, created false electoral college documents. This is the fake elector scheme, folks. False electoral college documents and recruited individuals to convene and cast false electoral college votes at the Georgia State Capitol in Fulton County on December 14th, 2020. After the false electoral college votes were cast, members of the enterprise transmitted the votes to the President of the United States Senate, that's former Vice President Pence, the Archivist of the United States, the Georgia Secretary of State, and the Chief Judge of the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia. The false documents were intended to disrupt and delay the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021, in order to unlawfully challenge the outcome of the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election in favor of Donald Trump. And similar schemes were executed by members of this enterprise in Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Harassment and intimidation of Fulton County election worker Ruby Freeman. Members of the enterprise, including several of the defendants, falsely accused Fulton County election worker Ruby Freeman of committing election crimes in Fulton County, Georgia. These false accusations were repeated to Georgia legislators and other Georgia officials in an effort to persuade them to unlawfully change the outcome of the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election in favor of Donald Trump. In furtherance of this scheme, members of the enterprise traveled from out of state to harass Freeman, intimidate her, and solicit her to falsely confess to election crimes that she did not commit. Solicitation of high-ranking United States Department of Justice officials. Members of the enterprise, including several of the defendants, corruptly solicited high-ranking United States DOJ officials to make false statements to government officials in Fulton County, Georgia, including the governor, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the President pro temp of the Senate. In one instance, Donald Trump stated to the acting United States Attorney General, quote, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." 6, solicitation of the Vice President of the United States. Members of the enterprise, including several of the defendants, corruptly solicited the Vice President and the United States to violate the United States Constitution and federal law by unlawfully rejecting electoral college votes cast in Fulton County, Georgia, by the duly elected and qualified electors from Georgia. Members of the enterprise also corruptly solicited the Vice President to reject the votes cast by the duly elected and qualified electors from several other states. Unlawful breach of election equipment in Georgia and elsewhere. Members of the enterprise, including several of the defendants, corruptly conspired in Fulton County, Georgia and elsewhere to unlawfully access secure voting equipment and voter data. In Georgia, members of the enterprise stole data, including ballot images, voting equipment software, and personal voter information. Folks, this is talking about the breach in Coffee County as well. The stolen data was then distributed to other members of this enterprise. Remember, enterprise is defined as a criminal enterprise led by Donald Trump. And this includes conduct similarly taking place in other states.
And I just want to interrupt you for one moment just to let all the listeners and viewers know that the indictment is now available to read along with Ben on MeidasTouch.com. If you open up a new window, a new tab, and go to MeidasTouch.com, you will be able to read the full sprawling 98 5-page indictment that lists 41 criminal counts and a total of 19 criminal defendants. You can read it right now on MeidasTouch.com. Back to you, Ben.
Yeah, please follow along right now. I want to talk about the 8th count under the RICO or racketeering because it frames the whole lawsuit. I'm not going to read all 98 pages right now, so don't worry about
Okay, fine.
I'm not, but it is important that you don't just hear me saying things like, this is the most powerful thing ever at Bonnie Willis. That's not what we do here on this network. If you're looking for that type of coverage, go somewhere else. If you're looking for a fact-based and going through the complaints and data and having the patience to actually understand what's in this indictment, that is why you come to the MeidasTouch network. And that is why MeidasTouch.com, MeidasTouch.com is now your new homepage for all things pro-democracy. Make it your homepage. Finally, going to 8, sub 8 under the RICO or racketeering, it talks about the obstructive acts in furtherance of the conspiracy and the cover-up. Members of this enterprise, including several of the defendants, filed false documents, made false statements to government investigators, and committed perjury in judicial proceedings in Fulton County, Georgia, and elsewhere in furtherance of and to cover up the conspiracy. I am reminded there as well of the great work done by the January 6th committee. Remember in that case involving John Eastman where he was trying to block turning over all of his documents and emails in that central district case before federal judge David Carter, who made the finding that Eastman and Trump were involved in a coup in search of a legal theory. It was determined by Judge David Carter the crime fraud exception applied there specifically because of the fraudulent declarations, among other things, being submitted by Eastman and Trump. And in the emails, they recognized and knew that they were making false statements as well. And that's why you see John Eastman as a named co-defendant along with Giuliani, Meadows, Chesbrough, Clark, Ellis, and numerous other fake electors and people who were involved in the scheme. As we look after the kind of RICO portion of this complaint, everything else kind of flows from there. The way RICO complaints are filed, first you talk about the common plan and scheme, why this is a common enterprise. I mean, just reading the words here that Donald Trump was leading a criminal enterprise. I've never seen anything more true than that and framed so perfectly as it is in this sprawling indictment. And I truly mean sprawling. I think exceeding all expectations about just how strong and how much detail would be in it. As you go to page 20, acts of racketeering activity and overt acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. You'll see all of the acts listed here. And as we go through some of these acts, I want to remind everybody that as soon as Fulton County District Attorney Bonnie Willis gives her press conference,
looks like we're about 3 minutes away from that.
3 minutes away, we will bring that live. And I'm just going through the different criminal acts here that are listed, not the 41 or so criminal counts, the underlying acts, which also form predicates. It doesn't mean they're necessarily charged. But as I'm going through these acts right now, and I'm just scrolling down in real time as I start to ingest all of this data, all of this, I'm already on page 48 and I'm at Act 107 of the acts that constitute the criminal enterprise. That is how detailed, folks, this complaint is. And as you keep scrolling down, looking at page now 59, Act 127, as you go further and further down in this complaint, I mean, they have dates, specific times, specific hours when the crimes are being committed. I want to get the final total of criminal enterprise acts that are listed here. Okay, as you go there, we're talking about, about 161 acts if you go to page 71 on just the RICO charge. On the RICO and racketeering alone, 161 predicate acts are listed as part of the criminal enterprise taking place with Donald Trump and these, what was it, 18 Brett co-defendants as well. 100, and I've never seen anything like this before in terms of its scale, scope, and detail. Here, it would probably take me several hours to go through all of these acts, but I'll give you,
Ben, we got time. We got time.
I will give you all some of the highlights here as we wait for Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis to give her press conference. Here it is on page 20. It talks about the acts of racketeering activity and overt acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. As part of and on behalf of the criminal enterprise detailed above, the defendants and other members and associates of the enterprise committed overt acts to affect the objectives of the enterprise, including but not limited to: on or about the 4th day of November 2020, Donald J. Trump made a nationally televised speech falsely declaring victory in the 2020 presidential election. Approximately 4 days earlier, on or about October 31, 2020, Donald J. Trump discussed a draft speech with unindicted co-conspirator Individual 1, whose identity is known to the grand jury, that falsely declared victory and falsely claimed voter fraud. The speech was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. And just a reminder, we're going to have Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis speaking in just moments, and we'll do a sound check as well to make sure that sound is good, volume is up, and ready to go. And as soon as you see Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, we will be delivering that. But you see right there, as Fani Willis's staff starts preparing, as you see police, as you see the sheriff's department.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
We hear you.
Loud and clear. What if she responded to you, Ben? What if she was like, oh, thanks, man. How tripped out would you be at that point?
We hear you. Can you hear the Midas Might? What if I just pretended she was talking to me? We all hear you out there. Is Fani ready to go? Is Fani ready to go?
Listen, we've been on the air for hours. If Fani could speed it up a little bit. No.
Unindicted co-conspirator number 1. I wonder if that's referring to either Bannon or Stephen Miller, who is unindicted co-conspirator number 1, who worked on that speech. On November 15th, 2020, Giuliani placed a telephone call to unindicted co-conspirator Individual 2, whose identity is known to the grand jury, and left approximately 83-second-long voicemail messages for unindicted co-conspirator Individual 2, making statements concerning fraud in the November 3rd, 2020 election in Fulton County, Georgia. This telephone call was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. On or about the 19th day of November 2020, Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, Sidney Powell, and unindicted co-conspirator Individual 3, whose identity is known to the grand jury, appeared at a press conference at the RNC headquarters on behalf of Trump and the Donald J. Trump for President, Inc., the Trump campaign, and made false statements concerning fraud in the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election in Georgia and elsewhere. These were overt acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. I'll keep reading. There's about 160 plus of these, but if you are just tuning in right now, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis is getting ready to deliver a press conference. We will bring that to you live here on the MeidasTouch Network. We have the full indictment posted on MeidasTouch.com for you to follow along. It's one of our big initiatives here. Thanks to your support and your contributions, we've been able to bring on one of the best editorial teams, I think, in the game today, covering politics at MeidasTouch.com. Thank you for everybody who's contributed by hitting that $sign and gifting people memberships and buying yourselves memberships, asking to receive memberships. That's how we fund all of the research and journalism that we do here. For those just tuning in, this has about 41 separate counts in this indictment. As we look through, there's Donald Trump and 18 other criminal defendants and 30 other co-conspirators who are unindicted co-conspirators 1 through 30. These are all serious felony or felony violations. As predicted, it was charged under the RICO or racketeering statute in Georgia. It talks about filing perjurious documents, making false statements, threatening state and local election officials in Georgia, breaking into election offices, manipulating private data, computer trespass. Folks, it is all in here. And the co-defendants in this case are not simply the fake electors. I mean, we're talking about Giuliani, Eastman, Meadows, Chesbrough, Jeff Clark, Jenna Ellis, Ray Smith III, Robert Cheeley, Michael Roman, David Schaefer, Sean Tresher Still, Stephen Cliffgard Lee, Harrison Prescott Floyd, Trevian Cuddy, Sidney Powell, Kathleen Latham, Scott Hall, Missy Hampton, and Latham helped this criminal enterprise, as it's being defined, break into the Coffee County election offices. But we'll keep going through again, like 160.
And Ben, when you look at these names, when you look at these counts, is there anything in particular that stands out to you on first glance? Or are there any names on there that surprise you? I think it's very gratifying, honestly, to after witnessing their criminality, to see people, in addition to Donald Trump, the names that stood out to me, people like Jeff Clark, who so deviously actually tried to weaponize the Department of Justice. He was a Department of Justice figure, Jeff Clark. Speaking of weaponization of the government, his name stands out to me. Rudy Giuliani's name stands out to me, where I was hoping to see Rudy in the list amongst these people. Jenna Ellis, John Eastman. One of the ones I find particularly interesting also, because of all the rumors of did he flip, did he not flip, was seeing the name Mark Meadows on there. What did you think about seeing Mark Meadows? Was there anything else, Ben, that you saw that stood out, or the absences of names? Like we don't see a Lindsey Graham, for example, on the list of the names on this indictment.
You know, what stands out to me, my first reaction is that Fani Willis, the Fulton County District Attorney, is fearless. If you committed a crime, she charged you, or you are an unindicted co-conspirator. Like, she realizes that for all of these people, the 19 total defendants, right? They're all going to hire the biggest law firms in the country. They're all going to have multiple lawyers representing them who are going to be filing things every day. But Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis is fearless. She's saying, bring it on. If you are a criminal and you committed a crime in Fulton County, you are going to be charged. I don't care how powerful you are. I don't care how much resources this is going to take of our office. You are going to be charged, because this prosecution is unlike anything I've ever seen. I mean, just in terms of its scope and its breadth, and also its detail, and the amount of people who form this mafia-like criminal enterprise here. So that's just my initial reaction, is she's not playing around. And I think this is the indictment that law and order people in our country have been waiting for. They've been waiting to say, look, I'm tired of this, Donald Trump getting away with, just charge him with everything that he did. We don't care. We want, if he committed a crime, treat him no differently, and the people around him don't get special passes, period. Now, this case may take a significant period of time. You can imagine with all of these defendants, like, I would find it hard to believe that this is a 2024 trial date. That's also just my candid reaction. As much as I think this is the most powerful of the indictments, right? I think Special Counsel Jack Smith's indictment was a bit more strategic, in the sense of, we need a trial date because Trump is such a menace. Get a trial date right now. I think Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis's indictment is, I'm charging him with every crime he committed. I don't give a crap how long this thing is going to take. But the fact that she filed such a powerful indictment here, the fact that this is what she brought before the grand jury, this historic document tells me, I think when she goes in front of the judge at the arraignment, which by the way, will be here live on the MeidasTouch Network, I think she's going to tell the judge, throw the book at this guy. He's threatening me. He's threatening witnesses. Put him in jail right now. I would not be surprised if she does that.
And honestly, I think this could have such a huge impact on everything. I don't think we'll even know tonight, tomorrow, this week, the full extent of the impact this will have, and obviously in addition to all the defendants' lives, but even to the 2024 election. I think this will have a lot of implications depending on what happens. And I think there is a potential to see some surprises and some shakeups because these are very, very, very serious charges. As we were reading through the names of the list of the defendants on the indictment before,
19.
There was the 19 names, the 19 defendants, including Donald Trump. There was one name to me that I was like, this name sounds kind of familiar, and why? And I done some Googling, and it was the name Trevian Cuddy or Cuddy. I'm not sure if I'm saying it correctly, so forgive me. Please don't send me angry emails. But this individual, I believe, looking it up, was the publicist, to just show you how these weird side characters, and you'll go, oh my gosh, I forgot that even happened. This Trevian Cuddy was a publicist for Kanye West, who was caught pressuring a local election worker. She was caught pressuring Ruby Freeman. If you remember that there was that effort to pressure Ruby Freeman and to, tell her that you're a loose end and we need you to do this for us. And there was that footage that was shown that had them on the closed circuit video showing this woman threatening this person. That is the Kanye West publicist who is also listed here in this indictment, just to bring together this bizarre cast of characters.
We are just moments away from Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis giving a press conference on this sprawling, powerful indictment that was just voted on by a grand jury of Donald Trump's peers and the peers of the total 19 defendants who criminal charges were brought against in this indictment. In terms of the predicate racketeering criminal enterprise acts, we're talking about approximately 150 predicate acts under RICO and racketeering. We're talking about 41 separate criminal counts that are brought here. We're talking about a 98-page indictment. You can follow along at MeidasTouch.com, the new homepage of all things MeidasTouch. It is the perfect complement to everything we do here on our YouTube, on our podcast, here on the MeidasTouch Network. If you go to MeidasTouch.com, you could read along, you can follow the indictment, you can read with us as we go through all of these predicate acts. And if you want to, I went through the main RICO and racketeering charges. So if you want to go back later and just play that portion, I did it about 20 minutes ago or so, where I read all of the RICO racketeering, just word for word, so you can hear it firsthand from me. Go back and read it yourself. You can listen to it on audio podcast. You can listen to it on the YouTube channel. Rather than giving you my opinion or here's what I think, I thought it was important I read you each and every one of those statements put in this indictment. We can go through some of the other predicate criminal racketeering acts that are listed here as well. Why don't we pull up Act 5 while we wait for Fani Willis? And by the way, I'm here broadcasting on the West Coast. It is 8:33 Pacific time. But on the East Coast in Atlanta, where Fani Willis is, it is 11:33. So she's been up late. The grand jury has been up late. Turning to page 21.
Pennsylvania, it's also 11:33. Jordy's been up late. I just want to throw it out there.
Jordy's been up late as well. Let's take a look at page 21 of this indictment, which is Act 5. It talks about how on or about November 20th of 2020, Donald J. Trump and Mark Meadows met with Majority Leader of the Michigan Senate, Michael Shirkey, Speaker of the Michigan House of Representatives Lee Chatfield, and other Michigan legislators in the Oval Office at the White House. And Donald Trump made false statements concerning fraud in the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election in Michigan. Rudy Giuliani joined the meeting by telephone. This meeting was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. One of the unique things that Georgia law allows as you're charging a racketeering conspiracy, or even acts that take place in other states, can form criminal predicate acts when you ultimately charge the conspiracy of what went down in Fulton County, kind of tying together all of these co-conspirators, all of these co-defendants in a common plan, in a common scheme. Continuing to go through as we talk about Act 6, talks about on or around the 21st day of November 2020, Mark Meadows sent a text message to the United States Representative Scott Perry from Pennsylvania and stated, "Can you send me the number for the Speaker and leader of the Pennsylvania legislature? POTUS wants to chat with them." This was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. I love how in this indictment, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis is zeroing in on every one of these things as a criminal predicate act, right? Sometimes because there's such an overwhelming amount of information, people are ignoring, like, oh, that happened. Oh, yeah, that happened. Oh, wait a minute, that happened. Every one of these is part of a criminal enterprise. And I just like that she's calling each and every one of these acts out. She talks about other states, what was going down in Pennsylvania. She talks about Michigan, Pennsylvania, goes through a bunch of these other states. And then let's go down a little bit more and let's talk about let's go to Act 25, which is making these perjurious statements. This relates to Georgia. I think this is a big predicate act. Talks about how on or about the 3rd day of December 2020, Ray Stallings Smith III, who's a co-defendant here, committed the felony offense of false statements and writings in violation of the Georgia statute 16-10-20 in Fulton County, Georgia, by knowingly, willfully, and unlawfully making at least one of the following false statements in representations to members of the Georgia Senate present at a Senate Judiciary Subcommittee, that 2,506 felons, and they are walking in right now. As you watch the team on this case, let's just put up the volume right now.
Thank you for joining us. I'm here with the prosecutors and investigators who have worked diligently on the investigation of criminal attempts to interfere in the administration of Georgia's 2020 presidential election. Today, based on information developed by that investigation, a Fulton County grand jury returned a true bill of indictment, charging 19 individuals with violations of Georgia law arising from a criminal conspiracy to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election in this state. The indictment includes 41 felony counts and is 97 pages long. Please remember that everyone charged in this bill of indictment is presumed innocent. Specifically, the indictment brings felony charges against Donald John Trump, Rudolph William Louis Giuliani, John Charles Eastman, Mark Randall Meadows, John Cheeseborough, Jeffrey Clark, Jenna Lynn Ellis, Ray Stallings Smith III, Robert David Cheeley, Michael A. Roman, David James Schaefer, Sean Micah Tresher Steele, Stephen Cliffgard Lee, Harrison William Prescott Floyd, Travion C. Cootie, Sydney Catherine Powell, Kathleen Austin Latham, Scott Graham Hall, and Misty Hampton, also known as Emily Misty Hayes. Every individual charged in the indictment is charged with one count of violating Georgia's Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act through participation in a criminal enterprise in Fulton County, Georgia, and elsewhere to accomplish the illegal goal of allowing Donald J. Trump to seize the presidential term of office beginning on January 20th, 21. Specifically, the participants in association took various actions in Georgia and elsewhere to block the counting of the votes of the presidential electors who were certified as the winners of Georgia's 2020 general election. As you examine the indictment, you will see acts that are identified as overt acts and those that are identified as predicate acts, sometimes called acts of racketeering activity. Overt acts are not necessarily crimes under Georgia law in isolation, but are alleged to be acts taken in furtherance of the conspiracy. Many occurred in Georgia, and some occurred in other jurisdictions and are included because the grand jury believes they were part of the illegal effort to overturn the results of Georgia's 2020 presidential election. The acts identified as predicate acts or acts of racketeering activity are crimes that are alleged to have been committed in furtherance of the criminal enterprise. Acts of racketeering activity are also charged as separate counts in the indictment against those who are alleged to have committed them. All elections in our nation are administered by these states, which are given the responsibility of ensuring a fair process and an accurate counting of the votes. That includes elections for presidential electors, Congress, state officials, and local offices. The state's role in this process is essential to the functioning of our democracy. Georgia, like every state, has laws that allow those who believe that results of an election are wrong, whether because of intentional wrongdoing or unintentional error, to challenge those results in our state courts. The indictment alleges that rather than abide by Georgia's legal process for election challenges, the defendants engaged in a criminal racketeering enterprise to overturn Georgia's presidential election result. Subsequent to the indictment, as is the normal process in Georgia law, the grand jury issued arrest warrants for those who are charged. I am giving the defendants the opportunity to voluntarily surrender no later than noon on Friday, the 25th day of August, 2023. I remind everyone here that an indictment is only a series of allegations based on a grand jury's determination of probable cause to support the charges. It is now the duty of my office to prove these charges in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt at trial. I would like to take a moment to thank the Superior Court Clerk, Shay Alexander, and her staff for staying late and making sure that this indictment was processed. I would also like to thank the men and women of Sheriff Labatt's office for keeping the courthouse open, but most importantly, for keeping us safe over the weeks and months that have led up to this indictment, and for what I know they will continue to do to keep us safe. We also want to thank the Atlanta Police Department and other law enforcement partners who have worked with the sheriff to keep us safe. I will now take a very limited number of questions prior to going to sleep.
Quick question. Can you clarify in Georgia the mandatory minimum when it comes to RICO charges, whether it's servable by probation or how that might play out?
The RICO charges has time that you have to serve, so it's not a probated sentence.
What's the time?
What is the timetable for the trial? As you know, in this jurisdiction, trials are set by the judges. And so it will be the judge that sets the date of the trial. This office will be submitting a proposed scheduling order within this week. However, that will totally be at the discretion of the judge.
And you want to be the fourth jurisdiction now to indict Donald Trump. You want to be the fourth one to try him, or can you move it up? You want to be the first to try him?
I don't have any desire to be first or last. I want to try him and be respectful for our sovereign states. We do want to move this case along, and so we will be asking for a proposed order that occurs a trial date within the next 6 months.
Earlier today, there was a fictitious document according to the Fulton County Clerk's Office that was circulated online with charges against former President Donald Trump. That fictitious document matched exactly the charges that we now see in this indictment. Can you tell us more about that document leak? Because now you have the former president's lawyers who are saying this is emblematic of a serious problem with your office.
No, I can't tell you anything about what you refer to. What I can tell you is that we had a grand jury here in Fulton County. They deliberated till almost 8 o'clock, if not right after 8 o'clock. An indictment was returned. It was true billed, and you now have an indictment. I am not an expert on clerks' duties or even administrative duties. I wouldn't know how to work that system, and so I'm not going to speculate. Next question.
Have you had any contact with the special counsel about overlap between these cases? And do you intend to try all of these defendants together?
Do I intend to try the 19 defendants in this indictment together? Yes.
And have you had any contact with the special counsel about the overlap between this indictment and the federal indictment?
I'm not going to discuss our investigation at this time.
I'm
going to take.
What do you make of the arguments made by former President Trump that this is a politically motivated indictment?
I make decisions in this office based on the facts and the law. The law is completely nonpartisan. That's how decisions are made in every case. To date, this office has indicted, since I've been sitting as a district attorney, over 12,000 cases. This is the 11th RICO indictment. We followed the same process. We look at the facts, we look at the law, and we bring charges.
Will you try this case yourself? Sit down.
There you have it, folks. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis delivering a very powerful press conference talking about this sprawling RICO and racketeering criminal case that was just voted on by the grand jury in Fulton County. 19 total co-defendants, including Donald Trump as a named co-defendant in this action. One of the things that stood out to me the most in this press conference was when Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis said, in response to one of the good questions, a lot of bad questions were asked. I wish I was there to ask some questions, but that she will move the case. I mean, some of the horrible questions, but that she's going to move the case along in 6 months. She said that she'll try to get the trial through in 6 months, that she will try to have everybody tried together. I would have asked her what types of conditions she would be seeking on Donald Trump's release and if she will be requesting that he be detained. And I would have asked her about the threats that he's been making about witnesses and whether she will be bringing that up. Those are two questions that I would have asked instead of some document that was filed by a clerk that wasn't the actual document. She said, here are the facts. I'm not an expert in what clerks do or don't do, but the grand jury voted to indict this evening, and that is the true bill that was returned, and that is the one that you see right now. She talked broadly about what a RICO and racketeering case is, how it is a criminal enterprise made up of predicate acts, which don't necessarily mean they are criminal, but are in furtherance of a criminal enterprise. And then she talked about the predicate criminal acts that the co-defendants are all charged with. And again, 19 co-defendants, 41 separate counts, and definitely exceeded my expectation and how powerful this is. She asked that people follow along with the indictment, read it for yourself. That's something we heard from special counsel Jack Smith as well, who said, read the indictment, follow the evidence, follow the facts, and remember that all of these people are presumed to be innocent until they are found guilty. And it is now the job and obligation of her office, the same way it is the DOJ, to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these individuals are guilty for that which they are accused of in the indictment. That's what an indictment is. It is allegations and accusations supported by evidence. So if you want to read along and follow along with the indictment, go to MeidasTouch.com. We have that posted at MeidasTouch.com, the full indictment. Brett and Jordy, turning to you both, I want to hear your reactions to that press conference. But for me, the big takeaways: move to trial in 6 months, try the 6 months, try the co-defendants together. It was the same process she followed for the 11 other racketeering cases that have been brought by her office recently.
Yeah, Ben, incredibly powerful words by District Attorney Fani Willis here. You know, this is her moment. She's been working on this case now for months and months and months, if not years. And to deliver that message, must have been gratifying, and the culmination of all of her hard work. And you see it there in the indictment, this incredibly detailed, sprawling indictment that you could see at MeidasTouch.com. And Ben, one of the other things that I wanted to reiterate that Fani Willis said is that the grand jury has issued arrest warrants for those who are charged in the indictments. And Fani Willis said, I am giving the defendants the opportunity to voluntarily surrender no later than noon on Friday, the 25th day of August, 2023. So that, to me, is very big news as well, that arrest warrants have been issued for the 19 criminal defendants. Something worth noting as well, as you read through the indictment, not only are there the 19 charged defendants, however, you also have 30 unindicted co-conspirators named within this indictment. 30 unindicted co-conspirators. Now, another name that to me seemed noticeably absent from the fray, from all of this, as we think back to the Kraken crew, the team crazy at the Trump White House. Lin Wood, attorney Lin Wood, if you remember, who was quite the firebrand throughout all of this and was one of the biggest pushers of all of these election lies back then, and had quite a lot of TV time back in the day. He, though, if you remember, going back to this post, and this was brought to our attention by Ron Filipkowski, who works with us at the MeidasTouch Network. I want to bring you back to this post of Lin Wood. Now, this is going back a little bit now, and here's what Lin Wood said in this older post. Lin Wood said, while it is not, quote, fun to be subpoenaed by a grand jury, I had nothing to hide and certainly was not involved in any alleged wrongdoing. Notwithstanding that truth, I was pleased but not surprised to see that my name was not even mentioned in the publicly released report. The matter is now in my rearview mirror, so I can continue focusing on battling the lawfare being waged against me by the Georgia bar, the blah, 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 blah. Here's the part that I want to go to read about his past. He said, on November 9th, 2022, I testified before the Trump special grand jury in Atlanta pursuant to a material witness subpoena, which I did not contest. I was not identified as a target of the grand jury. I appeared and testified for 1.5 hours. I did not seek advice of counsel during my examination. I certainly did not assert the Fifth Amendment. I answered every question posed to me by the prosecutors and members of the grand jury. While I have been and remain an unwavering supporter of Trump, I have never at any time represented him as a lawyer. I had no involvement in the issues which, to my knowledge and understanding, were being investigated by the special grand jury. When I left the proceedings, I felt confident that my involvement in the investigation was over. My feelings at that time have not changed. I mean, taking that and taking the fact that he is not listed in this sprawling indictment that covers people like Jenna Ellis, that covers people like Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell and John Eastman. I mean, you have to think that Lynn Wood maybe gave up the goods on some of those other co-conspirators, some of those other co-defendants out there, and that is why we are not seeing him here on that list. And perhaps he is one of the unindicted co-conspirators, just to speculate for a brief moment there, Ben.
Well, it's one of the things I thought she did an incredible job at, which was she used, I mean, it's real brilliant prosecutorial work, right? She used the special purpose grand jury to really build the case, to get all of this testimony. And then she utilized the pause between the report prepared by the special purpose grand jury, which didn't have the power to indict, and then the grand jury, right, which was impaneled fairly recently, to take that report, to bring that report before the grand jury. Because think about this. Think if she just brought the case originally to the grand jury. Remember, with all the witnesses fighting it, how difficult it was to even like get testimony. She had to go to like the Supreme Court in South Carolina to get the testimony of Meadows. She had to go to the Supreme Court in like Virginia to get this testimony. And she had to get all of these orders, right? She had to litigate in federal court when it came to getting Lindsey Graham's testimony, because MAGA Republican Lindsey Graham said speech or debate clause immunity. Took it all the way up to the Supreme Court. She had to fight all of those battles, right? But once she succeeded in those battles, just think about the brilliance of it. She succeeds in those battles. She gets the report. So her case is basically made. But the special purpose grand jury doesn't have the power to indict. So the power in that gap was basically like, all right, my work is done. You thought you were going to take me on? Really? I got all of you now. I got you all. Now I'm going to go to the grand jury. You saw what I just did in front of the special purpose grand jury. Who's up? Who's up next? And that's where you saw a lot of people go, oh crap, I'm going to lose this thing. She's going to go for a life in prison. Like, she's not messing around here, unlike, you know, other potential prosecutors out there. And then people started turning on each other, and people started saying, I'll cooperate, because they'd much rather be unindicted co-conspirator 1 through 30 than a co-defendant 1 through 19 in this case. But that, to me, as a lawyer, as a practitioner, like, you respect that work that she did. And it's, how do you break this criminal enterprise? Because that's what it is. And the tactics of the criminal enterprise, we see it. Just like the mafia spends tens of millions of dollars on lawyers. What does Trump do? He grifts from his supporters, you know, massive amounts of money, spent $44 million in the past 6 months, like $60 million, you know, in total, paying for other people's lawyers himself so they can all coordinate their testimony, all of that. And she pierced right through it, broke the enterprise, and then constructed a powerfully brilliant indictment here. And it is truly like a masterful legal document as well. And whereas, like, you know, special counsel Jack Smith, you know, kind of picked to kind of was like laser focused on certain kind of key themes, right? A 4-count indictment in the Washington, D.C. case against Donald Trump for interfering in Donald Trump's criminal election interference, and Donald Trump's other criminal conduct relating to the 2020 election and the January 6th insurrection. And then the way Jack Smith brought the charges against Trump in the Southern District of Florida, like, to me, it was like, let's focus on narrow issues, right? But Fani Willis, Fulton County District Attorney, she was like narrow in the sense of the level of specificity that she got down to of each of the crimes, each of the predicate acts and the overt acts forming the racketeering. But then she's like, you know what? I don't give a shit. You got the Ben curse there. She goes,
Let's go.
She's like, I don't give a crap. I'm following what the law is. I don't care who you are. It doesn't matter. 98, I'm going to charge every crime that took place under my jurisdiction, period. If you committed a crime, I don't care who you are. I don't care how many lawyers you have. You're going to be charged with the crimes that you committed because no one is above the law. And this is no different than the other racketeering cases that I've brought.
And not only did she care like what, I'm going to get every single crime. She didn't care when the crimes were committed. Fani Willis charged Donald Trump here. One of the counts in this sprawling indictment that we see was Donald Trump asking Brad Raffensperger to reverse the Georgia election results nearly 1 year after the election had been certified. That here is count 39 of 41 in the indictment put forth by the grand jury by District Attorney Fani Willis. False statements and writings for the said accused in the county of Fulton, state of Georgia, on or about the 17th day of September 2021, when he knowingly, willfully, and unlawfully made false statements and representations to Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. So we see, as we've seen all of Trump's antics throughout all of this, we are now finally seeing those exact schemes.
Right, call up the page number right there so we can show everybody.
Count 39. It looks like we got it right here for everybody. If you're following along, it's on page 96 if you are reading this on MeidasTouch.com.
Great. Let's pull that up so everybody can see it. Follow along at MeidasTouch.com. There it is there. And remember from what Fani Willis was saying during the press conference, right? These are the criminal charges, whereas prior in the criminal complaint is where the overt acts are, right? Those are the acts 1 through whatever it was, 150 or so. But there it is in the counts right there, where, Brett, to your point, this is Trump engaged in further criminal conduct. Ben,
it reminds me of in Wisconsin, right? When Trump tried to call, was it Robin Voss in Wisconsin, to try to overturn the results of the election, and this was like a few months ago. And so you have to wonder if we'll ever see any of these other states bring charges. And if they do, those charges could be similarly related to Donald Trump's actions that he engaged in not on or around January 6th and the 2020 election, but also years after the fact, when Donald Trump was still engaged in efforts to get states to decertify their elections and try to overthrow the election. Remember, with Donald Trump and his co-conspirators, this coup has been ongoing. It has always been about overthrowing our democracy. It has always been about overturning the results of the 2020 election. And that's what all of these people in MAGA world are all about. When you see Carrie Lake out there ranting and raving, when you see Steve Bannon on his show, when you see Donald Trump and his deranged postings or whatever the heck you want to call them, all these people are engaged in an active effort to overthrow American democracy. And Fani Willis took all of those instances that occurred within her jurisdiction and has laid it out in great detail here, in great detail. And something that Fani Willis made very clear in that press conference is these charges, if convicted, result in time in prison. You do not get off on probation. There's none of that. If you get convicted on these racketeering charges, you go to prison in Georgia.
And then
this
also
trial could happen within the next 6 months, Jordy.
And then also, so my big takeaway too from what we just all listened to was just, absolute, just fearless, right? What Fani's been going through as far as the death threats, the daily threats, the wild behavior from, this MAGA right, day in and day out. And in the face of that, Ben, to your point, she said, no, look, I'm going to look at every crime that's been committed. And if there's a crime under my jurisdiction, I will charge you for that. So let's get all the bad takes out the way right now. You're going to hear people say in the coming days, this is a sad day for America. No, they're wrong. There's nothing sad about justice and accountability being upheld to the furthest extent of the law. You're going to hear people say, oh, Donald Trump's just going to fundraise off of this. He's going to fundraise anyway. All right. What matters here is law and order, taking their phrase right from them, because we actually mean it when we say it here. You know, we care about this country and we care about what happens. If you commit a crime, you should serve time. You should serve whatever the punishment for that crime is. And that's exactly what's going to go down here. And I'm very interested to see how this all continues to play out. And then, Ben, I have a quick question for you, going back to that Lynn Wood post. It's quite interesting to me that he even put that down, you know, on social media. No one was holding anything to his head saying, hey, you got to post this. Why do you think he comes out with a statement like that anyway and puts it out so publicly?
I mean, look, Linwood's a total maniac. Like, he's like a 5150 involuntary psychiatric hold level. Like, so why Linwood does anything, who knows? I mean, one of the funniest things and one of the best moves that we did, you know, I'm talking about, Brett. And
I know what you're about to say.
Yeah. During the Georgia, let's just say we used Linwood's words against the Republicans back in 2020 in the early days of the genesis of
we were wild. We were wild.
Yeah. It's different level stuff. But one of the things
that was some real. Jordy, just before Ben goes on, your point about law and order, Jordy, isn't it just so ironic though, right? You have all the people out there who have been, you know, hitting the drum. This is their big midterm pitch. In addition to, we need to, yell at green M&Ms. M&Ms aren't sexy enough. But next to that was this whole issue of crime, right? And them constantly beating this drum of, we need law and order prosecutors. We need strong district attorneys who go after criminals. And now we see all these district attorneys general coming out and charging criminals with crimes, charging Donald Trump, charging Rudy Giuliani, charging John Eastman, charging Jen Ellis, Sidney Powell, and on and on and on. And they go, no, not like that. Not like, I didn't mean like that. I not those crimes, not those crimes. Suddenly they want weak on crime prosecutors. All of a sudden, I noticed. But too bad. You got Fani Willis, a hard-nosed prosecutor who is not taking any crap from them, who has assembled one of the most detailed legal documents that I have seen. And I've only seen, you know, the stuff that we've really read here live on the air and that we've seen. And once we finish this, whenever we finish this, I will, come through the 90, plus pages that are on the website on MeidasTouch.com. But wow.
And then Brett, you're just, I mean, look, man, you're just so right, because they're the biggest criminals of them all, right? And that's why, to your point that you made so astutely earlier, is that's why these Republicans try and dismantle our very own institutions, be it the FBI or they go after the IRS agents. They're coming. It's because the Republicans are the ones committing crimes, and that they don't want their crimes to be exposed. So what do? They have to then attack the people that they, want to protect them back the blue. And then all of a sudden you look at January 6th and they're literally taking American flags and stabbing the Capitol police officers with them. I mean, if that isn't some sort of sick metaphor for what the Republican Party has truly become, I don't know what else is.
Well, Jordy, speaking of back the blue, I think there's one man in blue who the MAGA movement, the Republicans, probably are not going to say nice things about. Shocker. It's because he's following the law and is a law and order sheriff. But I want to go to this clip now of Sheriff Labatt, the Fulton County sheriff. And
great call.
He said very clearly that the people who are indicted in the coming indictments, no matter who they are, will be treated like any other criminal defendant, and that they will receive mug shots. Let's play this clip of the sheriff.
And so if you're indicted, then we're going to treat you as though you were indicted here locally. And so we will continue to do fingerprints, mug shots, etc., in the safest possible fashion.
No difference. You're going to be treated the same. And one of the things I like about Fulton County, Georgia, there will be cameras at the arraignment. We will be broadcasting these court proceedings live. I know everybody said, why don't we see these courts and these cameras in the federal courtroom? You should, but federal courts have prohibited cameras now for over a century. It's a ridiculous rule. It's anachronistic, outdated, just totally dumb. Democrats have requested cameras in the federal courtrooms, but Republicans don't want transparency. And the federal courts, frankly, also don't. It should be a bipartisan thing. If Republicans truly want it, then call for it also, because certainly the Democrats sent a letter. I think Republicans claim they want it, but okay, then put it in paper and make the same request. But you're not going to get cameras in any of special counsel Jack Smith's cases. You're not going to get that in federal court at all, but you will in Fulton County. And I want to see what goes down at this arraignment. Brett, as you said, the date for these co-defendants, for all of these 19 defendants to surrender, you have it before August 25th is the date of their surrender, to voluntarily turn themselves in. There's warrants out for their arrest. And then what we're talking about is their indictment. When all 19 of these individuals, the criminal enterprise, are you going to see them all in court together? Are you going to see the 19 of these individuals in the criminal enterprise? Just think about what that image is going to look like, all in the courtroom together. It's going to look like the Gambino crime family, because that's what they are, except it's election. You're going to see them all standing there in on camera. You're going to see them all enter, they're all going to plead. I assume most are going to say not guilty. I wonder if anyone, flips or tells the truth before before that hearing. And then I wonder what she's going to do, what Fani Willis is going to do when it comes to bail. As I mentioned earlier, in Georgia, the defendants have to make an argument why they shouldn't be in custody. It's their burden. The defendants have to show that they haven't threatened witnesses and that they don't pose a danger. It is an affirmative showing that criminal defendants have to make in Georgia. It's not that prosecutors have to show that they will be a threat. The criminal defendants in Georgia have to show that they're not threats, that they haven't threatened. Like, how does Donald Trump make that showing? He's not going to be able. He was threatening witnesses today. He was threatening witnesses this morning. I wonder if there's a superseding indictment to add those charges of witness tampering. But I'm pretty confident Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis is going to show all of those posts, all of those messages by Donald Trump, and say, here, you see, this is what he engaged in. This is the conduct that he's doing every single day, posing a threat to witnesses, to this judicial process, to our democracy. Powerful, powerful stuff right here. And again, I remind everyone to go to MeidasTouch.com. Everybody go to MeidasTouch.com. Read the indictment. Read the indictment. You can go back about an hour ago. I went through all of the racketeering allegations, at least in the summary version of them. You can go back and check that out. Of course, we'll be doing a lot more hot takes here on the MeidasTouch network about this indictment, what took place, its implications, what do we expect to happen next. We'll go through all of the counts in exhaustive detail, as we do here on the MeidasTouch network. And appreciate everybody who either bought memberships on the YouTube or gifted people memberships on the YouTube. For those new to the MeidasTouch network, as I've mentioned before, we don't have any outside investors here on this network. I'm proud to say, based on the incredible MeidasTouch community that's out there, that this was the #1 watched program of all of YouTube across all genres, including news, but including every genre. And I'm talking about NBC, ABC, CBS, all of them. Thanks to the community, thanks to all of you who have helped build this community, the Meidas Mighty. I think that there was a craving for just, can you give us the facts? Can you read the complaint? Can you, yes, your opinion's fine, but show us the facts and show us the data. And that's the network we created here. So the way we've grown this, the way we've built MeidasTouch.com, or through all of the memberships that you've all bought, whether that's at patreon.com/MeidasTouch or whether it's by hitting that $sign on our YouTube and getting yourself a membership, which unlocks the emojis, including today's Dark Brandon emoji that got unlocked.
So good.
Hit 400 memberships, and then last time we hit 400 memberships, we unlocked my emoji. So it's a fun way to build the network. As I say, probably not the smartest business plan, but this is more community focused than that, and this is a network that, you know, that's more of a community than network.
Ben, I'd rather be funded by emojis than authoritarians any day of the week.
The emoji economy. Who knew?
Exactly. So a powerful day. Look, we started today the MeidasTouch podcast at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, as we do. We believed we were going to get that historic news. We believed as we woke up on Monday, August 14th, we believe that the indictments were going to happen on Tuesday, on August 15th. But then we had news that they may be coming earlier than people expected. And then we learned that a lot of these witnesses, like Gabrielle Sterling and Jeff Duncan, both Republicans, by the way, who testified before the grand jury against Donald Trump and these 19 co-defendants, and a bunch of other witnesses to all of these criminal acts, the overt acts and the predicate acts, that they were all being called to testify. And then we learned that the grand jury was going to be staying there into the evening hours. And so we expected these indictments to be handed down this evening, and that's what took place. We're now on hour 4, 4 hours and 12 minutes of nonstop broadcasting.
Who's been here from the beginning? Let us know in the comments if you've been here from the beginning of
if those wondering how it went down, I secretly got some food over here that during some of the clips. I'm not sure if you saw this. During some of the clips that we would play, I'd be like, all right, this clip is 1 minute. That's the way it's.
The funny thing is that I could see the brothers cannot see everybody, but I could see everybody what they do while the clips play. And sometimes it's entertaining to see Ben stuff his face when he thinks no one's watching.
I mean, you know,
just to clear things up, you've given me editing privileges, so I could do anything with it. I see everything.
You could see.
So watch yourself. Watch yourself.
So Jordy could see too. So I need to be careful. But what a historic day, and honestly, just a huge shout out and a huge thank you for everybody. Whether you've been here all 4 hours. How long have we been going on?
4 hours. We're gonna hit 4 hours and 15 minutes, but it was well worth it to be able to be here with all of you, to present this historic news, to be the leader of all news networks and all genres across YouTube on this historic day, to be able to report that Donald Trump, along with 19 total defendants, were indicted, including some really big names, 41 separate counts, over 150 overt acts that are being alleged here. We now go to MeidasTouch.com, where we are going to be reading the indictment. I'll ask you to go to MeidasTouch.com, make that your homepage, and do me a favor, make sure you all subscribe to the MeidasTouch podcast as well. Wherever you get audio podcasts, this is something that may take you 30 seconds after this podcast ends, this live simulcast ends. Just go subscribe to the MeidasTouch podcast and leave a 5-star review. It is that simple to do. And if you are listening to this on the audio podcast, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube and you're not subscribed yet, what are you doing? Make sure you subscribe.
What are you doing?
We're on our
What are you doing?
We're on our way
Seriously,
to seriously. Yeah, what are you doing? I mean, you don't get that on large legacy media. They don't just say to you, "What are you? Come on.
Yeah. Legacy media doesn't bully you into following them.
Come on, just hit the subscribe button. We're gonna have a lot more breaking news. We're gonna start doing some more hot takes right now that we were not able to do because we've been covering all of what's taken place. We'll make sure.
Or you know what that means, Jordy? That means I'm going to be up as late as you're up on the East Coast, but on the West Coast, making sure that all these get done.
That means I'm going to be doing that. And I want to leave everybody with this on this historic day of accountability. And as we've now done, if you count the superseding indictment of Trump, 5 indictments where we've done live broadcasts, but we've been spending years building together. We've told you that we thought this is what was going to happen. I think everything that we predicted, pretty much has been spot on as we followed the evidence and the data. But I want to leave you with this, and that's just, really thank you from the bottom of all of our hearts on behalf of myself, my brothers, all of the contributors here at the MeidasTouch Network. The pro-democracy community that you all built is unrivaled, it's unmatched, and it's something that's so special for me to be a part of. Every morning when I wake up in the morning, I am so energetic. I am so excited to be a part of this community that you all created. And it's so important at this stage in our democracy where it's under attack to support each other and to spread good qualities. There's so much negative out there. So to be able to spread love and compassion and intelligence and evidence and create a supportive community as opposed to a corrosive and angry and hateful one is really something that's so important. And that's a credit to you all for creating this community. And so thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Such an honor to spend this with you all. Nowhere else I'd rather be right now than spending this time with you all talking about these historical developments. Folks, Donald Trump indicted in Fulton County, Georgia, 41 counts, 19 co-defendants. I'm Ben Meiselas from the MeidasTouch Network, signing off. Jordy, take it away.
Shout out to the Midas Mighty! At MeidasTouch, we are unapologetically pro-democracy, and we demand justice and accountability. That's why we're spreading our message to Convict 45. That's right, gear up right now with your Convict 45 tees and pins at store.meidastouch.com. That's store.meidastouch.com.